Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Can I make something good out of this? Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You will be late, you could be too, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, but I want more. You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Times you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more, I want more, I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more, I want more, I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more, I want more, I want more from you, yeah, more. More from you, yeah, more. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
What's up, people? You know I do. Let's go, baby, Sunday night. A denial. These are not my words. Tell me where are mine. Most of the time, wet my face with reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, let's go. Anything like I need you. Oh, dude, how we doing? Sunday night? Dude, I am fucking tired, bro. Oh. Monday afternoon, let's go. Dodgers, you with me? All right, I'm with you too. Here we go. Let's bring it home one more time. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need? Oh, we're gonna break it down. Let's go. Oh, 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 oh. Look at that beautiful New York skyline. It's what we love to see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, the new one is garbage? Yeah, they are. I think they start as garbage, right? Oh, let's go, dude. Dude, let's go. What a fucking intro. So, bro, I'm fucking tired, boss. Right? The guy, dude, the Queller guy. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, shit, boss. All right. Oh, Lord have mercy. Dude, we're gonna... Dude, Trump said no more Mr. Nice Guy. Dude, fuck Donald Trump. No offense, but Trump, if you're listening, fuck you, boss. Right? Fuck you, boss. Jack Osborne is a Trump supporter. Who's Jack Osborne? Right? Dude, who is the name of the first song? The first song was called More. I heard of the All Night Newsboys. I have not. Right? Dude, let's go. Let's go, baby. Dude, he is a nightmare. So, I spoke real on the Christian Taliban. All right. I feel if you can't beat them, join them. Right? All right. Dude, fuck it. We're not joining them. Right? Dude, fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. Dude, MAGA is like, dude, I saw a tweet earlier today. Dude, MAGA is fucking shitting a fucking brick, bro. Right? They are, dude. They are like so underwater right now. I mean, it's beautiful too, because they're fucking douchebags, right? Dude, they are douchebags, right? Fuck them, bro. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Right? You know. But dude, so the Benny Johnson thing is where I think we should start, guys. Oh, dude, the Benny. Dude, you see what's going on with Benny Johnson? Like, oh my God, dude. And I guess this kind of pertains to the Tim Pool shooting, right? The shooting. Dude, Mr. yeah, dude, Benny Johnson, Mr. Hey guys, I'm not gay. I swear. Dude, oh Lord. So, dude, we just got to jump into this. All right. Oh, Lord have mercy. Dude, Lord have mercy. Yeah, I think we just got to jump into the Benny land. We have to. We got to get inside Benny. Okay? Right? We got to get inside Benny. Right? That's where we're going. So I guess it all started with Milo. Okay? With fucking, all right, this guy is a goon. The Milo character is, right? He is a fucking supremacist weirdo, but he's been like, I don't know, at the center of that bullshit movement since the beginning, right? He is a grifting weirdo. I mean, they all are. They're all grifters and they're all like completely not trustable, right? But so what happened is if you go way back, I'm talking before this whole Tim Pool thing, you go way back to the beginning of Benny and Milo, and where is it? Let me see if we can find the original claim, okay? This was, give me a sec here, okay? Because there was an original claim, okay? Let me find the original claim here, okay? All right. Dude, this is good. Give me 1 sec to get my material state, right? Give me 1 sec to get my material ready, right? Dude, you got a commercial about Hamas? Dude, what the fuck are they doing, bro? Dude, Jesus Christ, boss. Dude, so here, let me find the Milo tweet. All right, I have it bookmarked. Dude, how we doing on this lovely Sunday night? We doing good? Used to get ice a lot? Dude, what fucking weirdos, bro? Oh shit, boss. All right. It's a great night when I'm on. All right. All right. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, here we go. Let's find this shit. So there was an old tweet, okay, from ages ago. This was the original, or here it is, I found it. All right, so this was the original Benny Johnson tweet, okay? You ready? Here we go. So years ago, all right, this was back in, I guess March 13th of 2025. I feel like he tweeted this maybe a year before that too. Okay, this one. But this was the original tweet. I think he may have tweeted it again. But it says, which happy-go-lucky podcast host gets trashed and has sex with young boys in the latter's hotel rooms at Turning Point conferences, leaving his wife weeping in the arms of other men downstairs and in the APAC leaflets and trestle tables, right? So he was like, which podcaster, okay? And then people were like, oh my God, this is an open secret. And he basically went on, okay? He went on to say, fucking, right? Right? So the thing is people chimed in and they're like, people were wondering if it was Crowder or if it was Benny Johnson. And now what ended up happening though is Milo did come out one day and say his initials are BJ. Okay? Dude, right? And so that was a while ago, right? And then, you see this other post where Saeed Jones came out and said he made out with Benny Johnson, the dressing room of BuzzFeed. This was like before he got fired for plagiarism. And then, Milo says there are dozens of these, okay? Now, again, this is more like this Candace Owens shit, where it's like the worst fighting the worst, okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? So this has been long discussed, okay? This has been long discussed in the Milo Benny camp, okay? Now, yes, BJ, right? So they're like, obviously with these guys, this is sort of hard. Betsy Johnson, Billy Joel. No. Is Betsy a podcaster that hangs out at Turning Point USA? So, yeah, it's funny, huh? It is sort of like perfect. Now, and so you love the people that think saying someone is gay is defamatory. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because it's not a negative attack at all, right? It's the irony of this whole situation with Milo and what's about to come out about Benny is the fact that all of these GOP people are like closeted freaks, right? Because, dude, there's nothing wrong with being gay. However, I think it's a little more complicated for the Republicans because their entire party is built on the culture war. And so it does take some cognitive dissonance to be gay and then to be preaching a virulent anti-gay message, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wonder what goes on with some of these guys, because I'm sure some of them, they're hiding it because of their own personal feelings about being gay, but I'm sure some of them are simply hiding it because they're afraid they're going to lose their credibility and all of that money, right? You can't really be a virulent anti-gay person. If you're gay, that makes you like far less serious of a, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll notice that like the gay Republicans usually just never talk about gay issues. They pretend that it doesn't exist, right? That's really what happens if you look at the gay Republicans, is they literally are just like, you know, what gay issue? I don't see any gay issue. Right? You got a gay issue? I don't have a gay issue. What gay issue? Huh? No, right? They just literally don't talk about it. Exactly. That's what they do. They like, they just don't speak to it. But dude, don't ask, don't tell. It used to be the philosophy. But so now though, guys, there was a thing on Tim Pool. Okay? There was a thing on Tim Pool, guys. We're going to watch the clip. It's this clip right here. Okay? You ready? Oh, shit, dude. But he throws in, dude, let's find the actual, should we find the actual thing on Timcast? I feel like we should find the thing on Timcast, right? And so we can hear more than just a 1-minute clip. Dude, right? Yeah, let's see if we can find the actual thing. All right? Milo. All right, here we go.
Steve Urkel was on screen. I'm not making up a joke. I mean, that's literally what everyone's saying. There's memes popping out where they said, did I do that?
All right, so let's find where they're talking about it. Let me find the transcript here. We'll pull up the transcript and we'll fucking search this out and find Benny. So, dude, this Milo guy made some allegations, guys, about Charlie Kirk, about Benny Johnson. You know what I'm saying? He made some big allegations. And what I guess is fascinating about this is I mean, it's hard to sort of like process, because on the one hand, I kind of don't believe anything that Milo says because he's a known liar and shit. And I don't know, there's a lot of rumors swirling about this particular stuff, right? Where it's not like Milo's the only guy who has talked about this. This has been sort of a running, you know, a running sort of through line that in a lot of the TPUSA conference realm, there's just a lot of sexual fucking chaos that goes on in that element. All right, we're gonna find so there's 5. All right, here we go. Oh, here we go. Dude. We're going to go back a few minutes, all right? All right. All right, you ready? Dude, is that George Santos? What are we fucking doing, bro? Dude, what are they doing? Dude, yeah, no, dude, Milo is trash. I mean, guys, Milo was literally just on the Tucker Carlson show saying like all gay people are gay because of trauma, right? Milo is like, dude, the guy's whacked out. All right, he's whacked out. He is just a walking controversy. But dude, Santos, what the fuck are we doing? All right, dude, I want to see, I got to go back and see a minute of George Santos. Dude, just look at this guy, dude. What a fucking clown world, bro. Look at him. He's like, oh, dude. These MAGA people are like, they're so ridiculous, dude. They're like, he borrowed his grandmother's hat for the big Tim Pool show. Dude, yeah. These guys are all fucking, all wild. All right, here we go.
Sinisterly, that's not a word, like controlled cabal moving like a shoal of fish over here. What's it going to do if it's not checked? Because my argument is we should have...
All right, they're talking about a cabal. I'm going back a minute. Dude, all right, you ready? Here we go.
Doing these cringe campaigns they're not disclosing, vomitous. People who are chasing the dragon on the anti-Israel stuff, largely irrational. And Candace is a component of this. The vagaries of her show is demoralizing. And when I look at the field of conservatives and I say, I am putting myself at risk with death threats, with having to hire security for everything I do. My wife can't go to the grocery store with having a security guard with her.
Dude, Candace really broke these guys' brains, dude. I mean, have you noticed that? Like, they are just beside themselves, bro. She broke their fucking brains, dude. She did. They are, ever since she came out and started riffing on TPUSA, I know, the Iron Cross. It is, yeah, this guy's an idiot, dude. But she just broke their fucking brains. They like, you can see it. Even when you hear Tim talk, it's like somebody just grabbed his beanie, right? You hear that, like that tone in his voice? Dude, so funny.
For these people? Now, for the regular people, I'd crawl over broken glass.
Yeah.
But this space is dominated by wealthy individuals
who don't pay their trucks off.
Indeed, but who they have disdain for the regular person,
and they're pushing things that people don't believe in. George, you actually were a politician. I know that you don't agree with what Candace says. I know that you don't like a lot of her opinions. What's the actual psephological electoral consequence of this universe we have with people who are maybe untouchable and ungovernable? You would say, like, going wild.
Yeah.
Over here. And then a highly, tightly, sinisterly, like controlled cabal moving like a shoal of fish over here. What's it going to do if it's not checked? Because my argument is we should have that meltdown now. What happens if we do, and what happens if we don't?
So I disagree with you. Oh, I'm back in the conversation now.
Dude, George is so flamboyant, bro. Dude, oh my God, bros. Dude, right? Oh, Lord.
No, well, that's because I thought you left.
No.
I was so glad when he came out of the bathroom because I was like, that's another friendship gone. At least I'll get to eat. I'll tweet all these tweets I've got in my notes.
No. So to answer your question, look, you guys are having a great conversation. I want to first clear this out. I don't hate Candace. I disagree with what she's doing. I didn't say that. And it's important to distinguish that. I think she's, as Tim said, very highly intelligent. I think she's genius status. But on your question is very simple. I mean, we need the rogues of the world in politics. They are there is a strategicness to having people, outliers like Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
We both in that category.
Like myself, Matt Gaetz, when he was there.
Dude, Matt Gaetz, the fucking rapist. They're like, oh, we need the outliers. We just don't like it when they turn on us, right? Right? Oh, we need these people, these chaos makers. But when they make the chaos in MAGA, they're like, There
is a benefit to them because they disrupt the school of fish that you, the analogy you use, right? So I look at it in a two-pronged situation. I think Candace hurts everyone. Candace puts everyone, hear me out. People like Candace who are doing what Candace is doing on an election year that is absolutely vital to, the control of government. Hold on, Milo.
We heard that every year.
Milo,
since like
no. I'm not saying this is the most important campaign election because it's bullshit, right? I'm not going to sit here
I say it
to respect to you, Tim. We hear that every 2 years.
It doesn't matter that
My point is, what she's doing is fracturing the base in a time where it's very sensitive. Because
Is
what
she
happens?
fracturing the base, or is she fracturing it, or
Fractured?
is she
No, no.
taking it?
She's fractured the base because we're having an example here. I consider myself to be part of the base. I know you do too. You're on her side. I'm not. This and Tim too, and like you're in a room. I don't know where everybody stands, but
Dude, look at how perturbed they are. Dude, she broke them. This is so glorious to watch, right? Because these guys are all fucking clowns, bro. But is this not glorious to watch? They're having an argument about, like, who fractured the base? You know, Candace. Oh!
Congressman, you can't call yourself part of the vote.
She's absolutely fracturing the base.
she is.
This is
definitely
this
not
is
helping
principally
anything.
my issue with it.
Yeah, we should
when
be
when,
talking
when I'm
about
bumping into
tech.
people,
See, again, guys, I mean, from an outsider's perspective, okay, from an outsider's perspective, the base fractured with Epstein, okay? Epstein fractured the base. Let's be honest. That's really what it was. It was Epstein and the realization that Trump is in the Epstein files, and nobody in MAGA wants to acknowledge that. And so Trump was like, it's a hoax, right? It started with Epstein, okay? That was, and then of course, Trump being incompetent and him not delivering any of the shit he promised and fucking, you know what I'm saying? But so that's really where it started. Now Candace is, you know, I don't know what she's doing exactly, right? I think she's trying to like fill the power void that she knows Trump's going to leave, right? And she's also doing a little bit of that, right? Dude, the base isn't fractured. Oh, but it is. See, that's just it though, guys. You ready? Here's the fracture. Let me walk you through the fracture of the base. Okay? I know, dude, Santos is fucking bizarre. But the fracture in the MAGA base is it's doubt. Okay? The fracture in the MAGA base is doubt. That's what it is, guys. It doesn't even matter if they stick together or don't stick together. It's doubt. Okay? MAGA operated on this religious-like devotion, this like Jesus-like faith. MAGA, Trump, united, no one defects, nobody says anything. Anything Trump says, we believe. And there was never a doubt. And that's what kind of made them, in their own weird way, a little bit invincible, because Trump could come out and say something and just make any problem go away like that because nobody doubted him. But now they doubt him. Now, when Trump comes out and says something, they kind of don't believe him from the outset, right? The Epstein shit completely blew it up because if it's all deep state, Trump would release it. So either Trump's in it or Trump is covering for the deep state. There's no third option there, right? And so now they have doubts. Is Trump lying? Is Benny Johnson lying? Is Laura Loomer lying? Is MTG lying? Who's lying? And then MTG changing her tune and other people changing their tunes and defecting and shit is now they're just filled with doubts. Now they have nothing but doubts. They have doubts if the person sitting next to them in the MAGA movement is on their side or not, right? They are like riddled with doubt. Oh my God. And what's crazy about this, guys, is they don't know how to handle it, okay? Because most of these people are religious freaks. So they spend their lives actively as though they don't have any doubt. And now that they have doubt like all over the place, they don't know how to manage doubt at all, okay? It is like it just disarms them and dismantles them, right? Dude, I love it. I fucking love it, bro. And even this, right? Even here, you have these three guys sitting in the studio and they don't even know who's on their side, okay? they have no idea who is even on their side anymore, guys. It's fucking amazing. And let me just tell you, I think it's unrecoverable, because even if they pretend to get together and shit, even if they pretend to like ride it out or whatever, the doubt has made it so they're not as passionate. Okay. And let me just tell you, from somebody who went from being, grew up in religion and being way into religion and watching how the doubt in the religious fabric, how it affected me, like separating and moving away. It's like once that shit gets in there, you can't really repair it. You need like a miracle to repair that shit. And they're not getting a miracle. Like Trump can't perform miracles, dude. He can't. He's too old. He can barely fucking walk up the stairs, bro. Dude, I love it. Oh, and now though, everybody's behavior, like Candace Owens is probing the doubt. So is Tucker Carlson. So is MTG. And then there are other people like Laura Loomer that are steadfastly like, no doubt, all on the Trump train. But then it kind of makes her look fake, because they're like, why doesn't she have any doubts? Right? Because we all have doubts, right? And so if you have doubt, you don't know who to trust. And if you don't have doubt, you almost look like you're not being real. So it's like a virus, dude. Dude, you talking about George Santos? Dude, he does look a little bit like a nutsack, doesn't he? A nutsack with fucking combed hair. Dude, he like combs his hair, bro. Combs. Oh shit. All right, here we go.
The conversation is no longer around the issues that Americans care about. Regular people are no longer talking about how we are going to win and make this country better, but they're talking about the dumbest shit in the world. Like I get some guy being like, what about the Bush in front of Charlie? And
it's not dumb. And the reason it's not dumb is that this is now occupying the place that Trump made with the Epstein bull BS, right? Trump made this void with Epstein. This void.
Dude, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Milo right now, dude. Kill me now. Asteroid, please. Hello? Hello, asteroid. Bring it.
The need for a grand unifying theory that explains all the mysteries of the political universe, that explains the sinister nature of our lived reality, they say. A theory that explains that. Trump trashed it. Instead,
I disagree.
No, I agree with that.
You agree with that? I disagree.
Dude, it was 100% Trump. Hold on one sec. I got to grab my phone. Wait one sec. All right. And I'm going to go pee while I'm at it. Hold on. Oh, let's go. Dude, yeah. So, dude, it definitely started with Epstein. It started with Epstein. And I think another thing, guys, I always wash my hands. I think another thing, guys, is and I leave comments a lot in replies, obviously, of these fucking, right-wing shitters. And one of the pervasive things that I noticed that amplified and escalated after the Epstein hoax thing was how the MAGA are constantly opining about, like, why isn't Congress, passing all of Trump's executive orders as laws? Why aren't they voting on his agenda and making it laws? And so they're doubting their Congress people too. They're doubting their party, right? They're doubting the loyalty of the movement. And then Trump does the Epstein hoax thing. And then they're doubting Trump, but they can't really doubt Trump. So they end up doubting everybody else more because Trump sort of like never gets the energy directed at him. So then they silently doubt each other and foment it. Dude, it's just so good. It's so good. This has been one of the most delicious sort of like chaos makings that I've ever seen. And at the end of the day too, right? At the end of the day, whoever, killed Charlie Kirk, whether it was an inside job or whether it was, actually was Tyler Robinson, like that move really may have changed the future of right-wing politics in America more than we know. Like, just unbelievable. I mean, I feel like it wasn't Tyler either, but like, man, dude, that move, whoever did that, whatever plan they had for that, what a gross miscalculation that was, though, right? What a, if it was an inside job, like they really effed up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Serious F up. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. But here we're about to get in the juicy part, guys. It's about to get real interesting. Okay, you ready? Some of the dirt that's coming out here. All right, let's go.
The Epstein thing was a massive blunder.
By shoving Epstein out the way, he created a space for the kind of voters who need something like that in their life.
So you're saying there's a segment of Americans that want drama?
Women. By getting rid of Trump, people don't understand this.
But that's the only woman in the room if she agrees with that. Come on.
You're absolutely making the correct point in what is happening, but not in what is morally correct in the end. I think because
but do you understand? Like,
to get back to the Epstein point,
dude, is this the site woman from Germany? Is that who this person is? Is this the woman that like Elon's trying to bang? Is that who this is? Dude, yeah, every time the camera moves, it gets even worse, dude. Yeah, it is. It's Naomi Sight, right? She is that fucking crazy AFD chick from Germany that Elon is like, wants to get his turkey baster out. Yeah, that's a German accent. I recognize that accent, dude. I used to date a girl from Hanover. As soon as I heard her talk, I was like, oh, that accent. Oh, shit. All right, here we go, dude. Dude, they have like the worst people on here, dude. I'm just waiting for the camera to pan over, and it's going to be Andrew Tate. Look at this stupid thing up here. Dude, the don't be gay. Like, half of the Republican Party is gay, dude. They're so weird.
One major reason, a few years ago, 2019, 2020, why the Epstein files and this whole controversy around pedophilia and Epstein was happening was because of QAnon. I would not say that QAnon was a net positive for the movement, even though a lot of people, they were motivated.
Right, but if they're not on QAnon, they're on something worse. And QAnon...
What is worse?
Well...
What is worse?
I don't think QAnon had any negative consequences.
So look,
but nobody died. Nobody died.
Dude, these guys are such idiots, bro.
Turning Point USA helped get Trump elected and is doing massive voter drive initiatives, and she is trying to burn it down.
I'm glad that she is. Because although that organization did a lot of good, it also did a lot of damage.
Here we go.
While
Are you just trying to square out your petty grievances? And by the way, I'm sorry, I take that back. Hold on. They're not petty because they did fundamentally affect you as a person. But are you allowing?
But they didn't just affect me.
Let me ask this: are you allowing your own personal experience based on what you just?
100%.
But that's not fair. That's
100%.
selfish.
But because it's not just about me. It's about the hundreds of influencers that they threw off a boat.
At what expense? At what cost? At what expense? At what cost?
I'm telling you.
To get President Trump elected.
I'm about to tell you. For short-term electoral gain, the IQ level, the IQ level of the debate on the right-wing side in this country has dropped 20 points in 15 years.
Oh, wow. And I agree with you currently. Yes,
it is
thanks to
so
Candace.
dumb.
When it became
and
about
it is
winning.
not thanks to Candace. It precedes Candace by a decade.
I agree with that, but
Charlie
right now?
did it. Charlie did it. Charlie did it. He got me out. And whatever you think about me, I talk at a certain level because I'm really fucking smart. And he got everybody like me out too. Everybody. And
Who else did he
Now, guys, there was a crazy, explosion of influencers that happened where a bunch of people, got sort of booted from TPUSA. I know it was Milo. I also know that, what was that? Oh, what's the one? Hold on. Oh, what's her name? Dude, I made a video about her. Hold on. Let me find. There was another major one that created a shitstorm. She was like this reformed Christian girl that flipped out when TPUSA rejected her. She was like the center of the chaos. Luke Beasley made a video about her too. We both covered like the same fucking piece of material from her a while back. Oh shit, I'm trying to find her name. Oh man. Dude, yeah, I know. He thinks he's really smart. I mean, they all have like really high opinions of themselves. Give me 1 sec. I've got her picture in here. It'll just take me a minute to find it. All right, here we go. It was before that. Right before that, it was dude. There was some fallout with Moody, but she's not the one I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of is, hold on here. It is. It was like she went on a campaign, right? She went on a campaign. You know what I'm saying? Played the video. I can't play the video while looking for the next thing because then I'm not paying attention to the video, right? And that like makes it more complicated when I'm trying to fucking edit the video later. It was. Where is she? Where is she? Dude, she had a freak out. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hold on. Dude, she was like a born-again Christian, used to be a raver. Right? No, I'm looking in my fucking thumbnails. Oh, I know how to get this. Dude, I'm not just thinking about it. I'm searching. Dude, Milo is a fucking character, bro. It was there we go. There it is. There it is. It was Morgan Ariel. That's who it was. Morgan Ariel. You guys remember her? Okay. She was like a hardcore TPUSA person. Okay. And right, she was like hardcore TPUSA. And then she had like a falling out with them because of the sexual behavior at the conventions, okay? Because that was like the first rift, okay, that happened, right? She's like all trad wifing, but so some people went hardcore, like super Christian. Oh my God, I'm chaste, right? I'm not like, I don't want to be around any bad influences. And so a rift happened in the middle of TPUSA where half of the influencers were like super outrageous and half of them were kind of like, we need to be very Jesus-y. And then they started voicing their concerns. But then what they did though, guys, is they excommunicated people in a weird way. Right? Like some of the people who behaved outrageously sort of got shunned, but some of the people didn't, right? Like 𝗙𝗎𝗎𝗪𝒏💪, who was getting fingered in the lobby of a hotel in front of kids. She stayed, right? Other people got shunned. And so then the people who got shunned were like, wow, they're liars. They're not even real Christians. And it became this sort of like Christian versus Christian, who's the real Christian kind of battle. And it was pretty explosive because it led to a lot of these influencers then making all kinds of resentful, like anti-TPUSA content. And then I feel like that had something to do with Nick Fuentes, like capitalizing on that and using that sort of as momentum to also attack Charlie Kirk, right? Like TPUSA had been this like one thing. It kind of reminds me of what happened to TYT, where once the really good people or once the really faithful people started defecting, everybody else started defecting, right? Dude, oh shit, but here it's, dude, look at him. Look at this frame, bro. Oh shit, it's about to get good though, guys. We are about to get good because now we're about to get into the stories. Oh man. But dude, they are, dude, this shit is so funny, boss. They're so funny. I mean, dude, they're just so funny. They're all like kind of like lost sheep, desperately looking for like some kind of, I mean, I think that's why they all fell victim to Trump, because they're all lost sheep just looking for someone to show them the way, right? And then a guy like Trump comes in and it's like, I'll show you the way, right? This is a thumbnail, isn't it? Oh, Lord. All right, I'm going to back it up. Here we go. All right, here we go.
It precedes Candace by a decade.
I agree with that, but
Charlie
right now,
did it. Charlie did it. He got me out. And whatever you think about me, I talk at a certain level because I'm really fucking smart. And he got everybody like me out too. Everybody. And
who else did he get out?
Who did he leave? Everybody. Literally everyone you like on the internet was banned by Turning Point at some point.
Okay, no, hold on. Time out. You're saying I do believe
All
you
of
are
us.
very intelligent. Don't get, I'm not knocking you because I do find you to be one of the most intelligent people out there. But at the same time, you're saying, so I take that as a slide and I'm going to stand here because I find Jack to be brilliant. And I find him brilliant. I find him to be brilliant.
Yeah, but Jack has taken a very...
Jack is very tight. And then Ashley St. Clair's another one. You mentioned her earlier. I find her to be brilliant with her ups and downs or whatever you want to bring out there. She's also brilliant too.
Yeah, but she was never really into political activist.
Yeah, she was. I've known Ashley for years.
The two smart people.
She produced my political ads.
The two smart people who are Turning Point adjacent and not Turning Point people, him and 𝗪𝗪🏪, both have something in common.
What?
They have proceeded in their careers extremely delicately so as to build a tent rather than to pick a side over and over and over again. Jack does it Jack does it behind closed doors and is a very effective operator, networker, and a journalist as a result of it.
What about Alex?
And he does it. I just wish Alex would tell the truth about his sexuality. But you, no, there's something about
gotta stop saying that.
bad. Well, we haven't got,
not like everybody
got-
is not gay just because
in
you want them
conservative
to.
media. Yes, they are.
No, stop.
Yes, they are.
Strangely, a lot of them are, though.
No, they are.
No, but the ones who are out
Look
about
who's
it.
talking.
I'm
Look who's
gay.
talking.
I never said
Look
I'm
who's
not
talking.
gay.
Look who's talking. Listen, one of the most distinctive characteristics.
I have a gift for you. Here.
I'm not,
You
no,
need
I'm
this
not-
back.
no,
You
no,
need this.
no.
You need this back.
And I'm giving you this.
You need this back here.
No, I'm not-
Take it.
I'm not
Look,
accepting-
Milo needs this
Dude,
back because it's
what
his
the
reality.
fuck,
He
bro?
just Milo. I love you.
I love you.
I want to get back to what you were
Wait,
saying.
I love you, but we're gonna
Definitely still
fall
a
out if you
queen.
carry on like that.
You're still a queen. I don't care how
I wanna
much you
hear what
say
Milo
you're
was saying.
straight.
There is one of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't. No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that.
Okay, wait.
His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Oh shit!
Come on.
Like, go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Dude, she blocked me when I asked her about it. I will say I did ask her about it, and she blocked me. All right.
Aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say some
let me-
crazy.
let me-
I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
The
to
audacity, just
I mean, like, there's
you
no
know,
teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to
by
say this. I need to say
Because
this.
I'm right.
The most terrifying thing about Milo is that he knows all your secrets.
Oh no, he knows everybody's lore. Trust me. I am terrified of Milo. I will never cross Milo. Milo is the one person that people say like, "Why are you friends with him?" Bitch knows too much.
Dude, did you hear though? Tim Pool during that was like, "It's true, right, dude?"
You want to be his
he
enemy?
knows too much.
Nobody wants to be his enemy.
Let me
It's
just-
not
No,
safe.
do not cross this dude. It's not worth it.
I was gonna say, Benny told you what? Did he get the dick out of his mouth long enough?
Oh my God, Milo, you can't say these
Yes,
things.
I can because it's real and it's true.
Milo, stop.
You can't say
George,
it because
George, it
you want to
sounds like
maintain
you-
your friendships. I can say it because
It
I care
sounds like you've
him
never
about
met
what's real.
Milo.
You know,
You can't
I
say
I
that.
know. No,
course.
I'm
And the
trying to
prime-
help him.
You're not helping.
wait,
I think you'll be fine.
Guys.
You can't even help you.
Crank-
You just came out of jail.
Okay, wait.
I don't need tips from you about life.
Let's turn the volume from 11 to at least 10.
Yes,
But
sorry.
I want to say this.
Okay, so, dude, that I know, dude. Every time they show a new person, it's like, holy shit. So I want to look at the transcript real quick. So I think that's where we begin. We're at 124. All right. There's the moment. All right. That's the shit that blew it up. Now there's Benny Johnson comes in. I want to see. Okay. All right. There is a little more. We're going to let some more talking go on. And then we're going to break down because Benny Johnson had a reaction. Okay. You ready? Here we go.
I will just say,
When we were talking about how there's people that come to me and they say, Tim, we'll be the guardrails for you and you'll be the biggest.
faggotized.
What they're really saying is, Tim, when you catch someone at a convention doing blow,
Don't say the
say
drugs.
anything.
Don't say the gay sex. Don't say
Yes.
the bad stuff because we've made an investment in that. That's an asset of ours.
Agreed.
And we want to protect it.
Yep.
Benny Johnson.
Well, I'm not saying anything about that.
Put your queen.
I'm just
crown
saying.
back on, queen.
It's a king crown, actually. A queen crown has a completely different shape. If you look at a queen crown, it has more of a gentle slope that goes over and overlapped. This is a king crown, and I'll take it.
okay.
And I will say the word on an airplane, but not here.
I think if everybody just literally said the truth,
and the fact they don't is the reason we have Candace Owens. And what I hear from you is I hear a nascent Club Candace subscriber. You're not there yet. You're not there yet. But your grievances are her grievances. Your grievances
Yes.
are my grievances.
Oh, you know what?
And I believe the problem for you, the problem for you, is that you believe she's going about it the wrong way and with the wrong tactics and whatever and so on and so forth. And you also believe that she's deliberately speaking untruths, which I don't agree with, but because I think her faith is real. I think her faith is real.
But Milo,
I don't.
I got to tell you, if you know,
Yep. There goes the crown. Well, Tim, I'll say this. In the vein.
Listen, I believe that her faith.
Okay, so we're gonna pause there because now they're off topic into Candace. But so that fucking came out. Okay, that came out, and as soon as Benny Johnson heard about that, Benny fucking was like, starts rolling up his, we're gonna call the lawyer sleeves. And he says, I am duty bound to take action to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and attack us. More to come on that soon. Pray for healing for some really sick and delusional people. Jesus is about redemption. The legal system is about justice. Happy Sunday, dude. Dude, but these replies. POV, you are a young male at a company party and all of a sudden you find yourself one-on-one with Benny Johnson. Dude, they are like ruthless. And so they're pulling in other people underneath it, people who've shared their experiences of hooking up with Benny, okay? And Benny like sharing the advertisements and shit. Everybody is sharing the Benny stuff. They're sharing his old articles back when he was at BuzzFeed, right? Like, right? You know what I'm saying? And people are coming in saying, hey man, I've heard this rumor, right? You know what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah. And fucking, you know, all this crazy shit. Okay? So Benny fires off. And then Milo fires this long piece, dude, in response to Benny. You ready? Oh my God. Now Kate is Benny's wife. Okay? Kate. So Milo responds to Benny's thing saying, hey man, I'm going to sue. I got to protect my family. I got to protect these kids that I take photos with. And so Milo writes look at this. He writes a letter, a bomb to Benny and his wife. His wife is Nurse Kate. Okay. If you go on Twitter, I'll show you his wife. She right here. This is Benny's wife. Yes. She blocked me. Dude. I mean, I just made a genuine appeal to discuss about her and Benny and her beardness, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like, more to come soon, right? All right, Benny's gonna take big action. So Milo writes one to both of them, okay? Here's Milo's response to Benny saying, I'm gonna sue, gotta protect the family. He said, Dear free speech warrior Benny, dear Kate, a few notes for your consideration. I know more about defamation than any lawyer you will hire. Benny is a public figure. Malice is a non-starter. I have receipts. And the truth is a total defense against any claim of defamation or libel. Do you want to lose a defamation case to Milo Yiannopoulos, of all people, about whether or not you are gay? Do you want to even fight one? The people who have poured money into making you a big deal are about to lose their entire investment. 2, I know more about your marriage than you think I do, and I have evidence, and I have witnesses. I know who to subpoena. I know what questions to ask about nocturnal liaisons, dangerousies with chaps in assless chaps, and about being caught in flagrant delicto at conferences attended by students, some of whom may have been under 18. I guess we'll find out. Oh my God, dude. Dude, he is like pulling out the stops. Oh, look at this one. Dude, this one is brutal to his wife. Nobody cares about you, Kate. I'll say this. It was shitty of me to say you look old. I am a shitty person. I'll delete that if you want and apologize. It doesn't make me feel awesome to look back at those tweets. But you do look old. You look hideous. You look twice your age. Oh, fuck, bro. Dude. Oh, my God. Apparently you agree because you just took the video down that I took a screenshot from today. It makes me a cunt to call you old looking, but it's not something you can sue over in America. If you're raw about people saying you're a swinger, maybe don't be a swinger, girl. Strange how rumors just take on a life of their own, especially given how notoriously prudish nurses are. So there's some rumors that they're both swinging. All right, you ready? And then he says, discovery will destroy your career beyond any possibility of redemption, Benny, which was never my intention and never in my heart because I believe that family is making you a better man, as I think it did Charlie Kirk. Dude, but this will be the inevitable result of your actions. I just want you to be honest because I believe that's important. And I believe that it is in the public interest to report on people who present one way and act another. Dude, he's like been insinuating that Charlie was a little light in the loafers too. That Charlie was batting for both teams, bro. And then he says, there's an easy way out of this. Honesty. Just tell your viewers who you are and what you've done and how you got better. If you have, you could be an inspiration to millions. Tell you what, I'll pledge to you right now, I'll cover the first $10,000 of your therapy with Dr. Nicolosi. Kate's ravenous, mossy bank will have to take care of itself. Oh my God, dude. He called her ravenous, mossy bank. I think he's referring to her vagina, guys. That like Benny's wife is just can't get enough, dude. Dude, her ravenous, mossy bank. Oh my God. Or we can both spend millions and I'll win. Is that really what you want? Yours in Christ or kisses, cunty? I guess that depends on what day of the week it is. Your friend Milo. Dude, that is one of the fucking most devastating. Like, I have never read a fucking tweet like that just took somebody down so hard. All right, your friend Milo. Okay, now, guys, the thing about Charlie is Charlie Kirk was so like transphobic. Dude, Charlie was doing something. Okay, I just know it. I don't know what he was into, but Charlie was not fully straight. It's obvious. I think most of these guys that are zealots, if you're an anti-gay zealot, you're not straight. Like 99 out of 100 times. Okay? You know what I'm saying? It is like transphobia is almost an indicator of people's latent fucking issues. Because if you don't have issues around sexuality, like you don't get uncomfortable with the idea of trans existence. You know, you just don't. It's like a weird personal fucking sexuality thing that harbors that stuff. But guys, you got to see what happens here though. Because Benny went in here saying he's duty bound. All right? Watch this, guys. This is great. Okay? So let's find the start of this here. Okay? Benny starts with good morning. Christ is king, which he always does. Okay? Then he's going through, he's having his usual day. Then right here, he hears about it. He hears about Milo. And oh shit, he sees the clip. He is like, oh shit. Then Milo responds with that crazy fucking thing, which was, let's see, Milo's response was an hour later. So Benny replied with being duty bound to take action. And then Milo replied 1 hour later. Okay? 1 hour. Okay? And then, dude, then Benny says demon possession is real, man. Christians speak out against demons. There's power in that. So this is This is Benny implying that Milo's a demon. Dude, it's their go-to. Oh, you're a demon. Oh, demons are real, people. Get Tucker Carlson in here to show us his wounds. Dude, demon possession? Dude, Milo. Dude, what? Semen demon? But no, you ready for the clincher, guys? You ready for the clincher? Milo writes a piece here directly to Benny and Kate saying, you guys are swingers. Benny's gay. I know this. I have receipts. I have proof. Look at what Benny said. Benny said, Tim Pool called me and apologized. We're cool. He's a good dude. Tim told me some really dark stuff about what was happening behind the scenes. Pray for safety for Tim and his family and his team. Okay? And then, right? And then he posts a picture of his family. We're happy. They're miserable. This is why we win. Every time I see Benny hold a kid, though, you can tell Benny it doesn't spend any time around his kids because he holds the kids like he holds a football, dude. Like he has no fucking clue. I was a single dad. Dude, I know how you hold a kid, right? And then that's it. That was the end of it, right? So the end of it was these two tweets that demon possession is real. And then Tim Pool called me to apologize. And there's dark stuff happening behind the scenes. Bro, isn't that wild? Like, wow. Wow. Now, dude, yeah, save these? Dude, yeah, no, they're screenshots. They're screenshots. I'm going to screenshot them all. But isn't that crazy? I mean, the outing, the saying like, I have receipts about you, Benny. I know about your marriage. I know who to ask about this. Kate, you're a swinger. And like you not being honest about this is aging you. And I know about your sexual appetite. Like, and then saying, Benny, if you go into this thing, it's going to destroy your career. These people have invested you. Like, why don't you just be honest? I'll pay for your therapy. Your wife has a ravenous vagina. And boom. Oh my God, dude. I want to get in the comments here. I want to see what people were saying under this. Dude. What were they saying? Dude, oh shit, dude. Dude, oh my God. Like, oh shit. How have you elevated wrath to an art form? You're killing him. Dude. Oh my God, this is amazing. How has the Republican Party come to this? What the hell is wrong with all of you? It's like a switch flipped overnight. You suddenly want to destroy everyone in the party. Dude, apologize to Kate. There's no point putting down a woman. Now, again, guys, the Kate thing, I didn't know. I don't know about Kate's ravenous, mossy bank. Okay, I can't speak to that, but I do know that her Nurse Kate, Benny's wife, crying in the SASS, right, which is the Student Action Summits, right? That's what these are. It's the Student Action Summits, okay? Student Action Summit. This is like the yearly, like a bunch of students and a bunch of adults come together and they have this sort of rah-rah kumbaya thing to rally the young people. Now, there was, okay, if you look at this, let me see here. If you look at this, right, there were articles written, okay? Let me see, that go all the way back. I believe there's one in the Washington Examiner. Here it is, okay? There it is. This is in 2018. Look at that. TPUSA struggles with allegations of student SA and harassment. And it was about the 2017 Student Action Summit, okay? And it's when high school and college kids go and hang out with these influencers, all right? And they wrote an entire article. This is a conservative newspaper here, guys. This is 8 years ago they were writing about this. So this has been well-founded about her having, like cried to more than one person in the hotel bar, lamenting Benny's behavior, other people witnessing this. There have been people who've seen sexual activity in the lobby of these events. This is Benny's wife, right? She definitely has aged pretty intensely over the last handful of years, right? But so this stuff, like these things that Milo's talking about, the allegations he made, have been sort of well documented by a lot of people. Now, again, what's complicated about this is when you look at Benny Johnson, when you look at Charlie Kirk, you look at the people, Jack Posobiec, you look at the people that are the leaders of this MAGA sort of movement, the Laura Loomers, people have invested millions of dollars in them, okay? Benny Johnson has received millions of dollars from right-wing evangelicals paying him to be their child groomer, okay? Charlie Kirk, too, millions. So what happens is, in that environment, when you have students come in, you have college kids that are part of TPUSA, they will not say anything about those guys. You cannot talk about Benny Johnson. You cannot talk about what Charlie Kirk does. Right? If you say anything about any of the influencers that are like part of the family, you would never work there. You would destroy your chances of having a career in the right wing environment. That's the way it goes. Now, what happened is when they would kick out Milo, when they would kick out Morgan Ariel, when they cut ties with other influencers, then you could badmouth those they cut ties with. And that's kind of the part of, it's sort of part and parcel with the way these power vacuums and these power systems work, is eventually what they'll do is in any organization, okay? This could be politics, this could be an office, right? You have everybody that's like mum on what the top level people are doing, and they can be as degrading and as despicable as they want, and no one will say anything because they don't want to lose their careers. This is how those girls ended up walking across tables with no underwear on in front of Donald Trump and Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein, because you don't want to ruin the fact that you're going to have no modeling career unless you go. So you know what they do, guys? What they do is eventually, when resentment builds up, the powers that be will pick a few names and they will cut them loose, okay? And they fire a few people. They excommunicate a few people, and then everybody turns their rage and their negativity towards the people who have been jettisoned. So then you can tell their secrets after we've let them go. And then whoever protects the secrets rises up the ladder. And whoever opens their mouth and spills any secrets gets excommunicated. And that's just how this shit goes. That's like how the nature of these like power scenarios go. And dude, this is crazy though. Oh my God, boss. He, like, the way he wrote this, you remember, guys? Do you remember how we talked about this yesterday, right? Where I told you, if you know a lawyer, you can write a letter to a lawyer, or like if a landlord's trying to screw you and you know a lawyer, your lawyer can help you write a letter that when the landlord reads it, he just knows that you're going to bury him. So he's going to leave you alone because he knows you've talked to a lawyer and he knows you're going to fight back, and he knows it's going to be costly to fuck with you, right? So what I'm saying is with this, like the way this is written, it's like Benny knows that, like, I mean, this is written like Milo actually has these receipts. It's very pointed with, like, you know, I know who to talk to, with the comments about the wife, with the witnesses, the evidence, knowing who to subpoena, right? And a little bit of references that everybody who was at those student action summits are reading this and going, oh my God, he didn't just say that. Dude. Oh shit, bro. Dude, it's hilarious. Hey, I see you guys talking about adults and kids. Can we take a sidebar here for 1 minute? Because I want to show you a tweet that made me think of the Trump scenario. Okay, you ready for this? Watch this. Dude, yeah, no, it's like he has been waiting for that moment, right? But look at this tweet. This is going to explain Trumpism, guys. All right, let me find it. It was this guy right here. All right, I don't know who this guy is. He's some, like, you know, MAGA dude in an ill-fitting suit with a fucking, you know, whatever. He's at the White House, of course, though, because any loser that now polishes the Trump knob gets to go to the White House. But you ready for this? He tweeted, from dropping out of 8th grade to the White House. Pretty dope. And I'm like, huh, that's really interesting. And I was like, dude, that's as if you actually went nowhere, because the White House is operating at an 8th grade level. It's not like it's like you're still in 8th grade, bro, right? But isn't that true? Dropping out of 8th grade to the White House, that is like a lateral move, guys. That is the White House. The White House is 8th grade, boss. You know what I'm saying? The White House is 8th grade. Go through pictures. Dude, there's, I don't know what that's just my Twitter timeline. You can go look at my replies. They're all in there, right? About the White House. Dude, the White House is 8th grade, bro. It is, dude. It is like totally 8th grade. Oh my God. Dude, that was so like, dude, that was so fucking, like, satisfying to watch, bro. Oh shit. Dude. Oh. Amazing. That one image? Yeah. No, that's my pinned tweet, right? You're talking about my pinned tweet, boss. That's this image, dude. That is my pinned tweet. Yeah, I found that online, and it's been my pinned tweet ever since I saw it. You got Trump and you got Melania back there, right? Oh, let's go, baby. Dude, isn't that great? Dude, I love it. And you know what? You know what else is great about it, guys? You ready for this? Okay, look at what I did. I made it so you can't reply unless I follow you, right? So, right? Only my followers can reply. So what ends up happening, guys, is everybody from the right wing comes to my page when they see me taking them to task, and they see this and they get enraged, but they can't reply to it. Dude, it's a little bit of psychological manipulation designed to give them something that enrages them the minute they get to my profile, but leaves them helpless. And then often they go and leave like 20 comments under my other tweets. Dude, it is a very fucking deft, like well planned soiree, boss. I mean, dude, you know, I learned from the best. My dad was the ultimate, like, reaction getter, dude. He was, dude. My dad could provoke the fucking Mother Teresa, dude. So for me, I learned from him. I just took out the self-destructive part, right? Dude, it's beautiful, though. No comments, dude. And they don't like it when they see it, but it is a design piece of rage bait that also has a link to my YouTube channel, right? Dude. Oh shit. Dude, let's go. Dude, it's been there since July. Dude, I'm never gonna, that'll be up for the entire Trump admin right there. Oh. Let's go, dude. Your dad wasn't a great guy? Yeah, no, my dad, Tracy, wasn't a great guy either. I mean, he had some greatness in there, but he was not a great guy. But I got a lot of great things from him, even though he wasn't a great guy. And surviving my dad actually gave me a lot of superpowers. You know, what's rage baiting about it? What's rage baiting about what? About this? You're asking about this picture? So nothing's rage baiting about it for me, but for right wingers, they get irritated because it's making a potential statement about, you know, they interpret it as though I'm trying to say I want something to happen to their guy. That's how they interpret it. And what's more is because I am very outspoken about them and the way they use violent language. So they see me excoriating them for right-wing violence and for Trump's rhetoric and for the things they say and for their racism and their xenophobia. And then what they do is when they come and see this, they seethe with rage because now they think, oh my God, that hypocrite, we caught him. He's a hypocrite. He does this. He's the violent one, but then they can't leave a comment on it. And so it creates a situation where they just get beside themselves because they need to get in the comments here to point out the fact that you are such a raging hypocrite. Like, look at this picture, blah, 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 but then they can't leave a comment about it. And I don't say anything. It's just an image advertising my page. Right? That's it. But it is a crafted, right? It is a crafted piece of, mental warfare, right? It's mental warfare, which is when you're engaged with a movement like MAGA that has where they have no, like, there's no bottom for them. And they have no, right? There's no bottom for them, and they'll move the goalposts, and they have no allegiance to, like, integrity. It's like when you're warring with people like that, you have to engage in a very specific kind of mental warfare, okay? Because otherwise, if you don't, they will, like, whittle you away, right? People who don't, you know what I'm saying? It's like, let me give you an experience from my family, okay? It's like when you have parents that have no consistency in their parenting, children grow up and it's unpredictable. And that unpredictable nature of the parents traumatizes the kids, okay? Because kids and humans crave predictability. We seek patterns. All of us do. Our minds do. So the way that Republicans and specifically MAGA operate, where they move the goalposts back and forth across the line and they have no center, like they'll change up on a dime because they have no allegiance to integrity, and they will change their viewpoint for 1 minute to try and get an up on you, and then they'll go back a minute later, and they're dishonest and they lie. So what they do is they're like that unpredictable parent where they behave in a way that's designed to destabilize you if you have integrity and if you remain steadfast to your principles. So when you're battling people like that, you have to use a subtle kind of mental warfare in order to make that effect like fling back on them, right? It's like a way of putting a rubber shield on you. So when they come and do it to you, it ends up like they have to dodge their own blows. right? And because I grew up with a narcissist, authoritarian father that was incredibly manipulative, the king of the emotional manipulator, I'm just pretty good at it. I'm pretty good at it. Like I don't even have to try really. It's like I can get a reaction. Like, I don't know, dude, I was raised by a man who just taught me how to get a reaction all the time, boss. You know, it's like I fucking battled. Like my dad was certainly a much better like mental warfare person than any of those right-wing influencers were. They're all pretty simple. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if my dad was the best, but my dad was like, he was up there, bro. He was a manipulator. I mean, he was so good. He was so like, he could just read you. Like he had this skill that he could just read you, and he always knew where the weak spot was. He always knew where it was. So you had to like camouflage the weak spot. You had to give him false weak spots and then fucking strike, you know? I mean, it's just, you know, it's kind of exhausting growing up, dude. You know, it's really, I wouldn't wish it upon anyone. But since I went through that, now I try to capitalize on that fucking skill, you know, because I did get some skills out of it. But yeah, man, dude, the right wingers, boss, right? It may be called psychological warfare. Dude, I like that term, actually, psychological warfare. And so I got a lot of practice as a kid, okay? And not just at home with my dad, because it was more complicated because he could hit me and hurt me. So I had to be really careful how I pushed him. But so because I had that authoritarian dad who picked on me, I then carried this invisible target on my back that other bullies could smell it. They could sniff me out. You know what I'm saying? The bullies could. They could sort of sense, I don't know why, but there's an energy thing they could sense. And so they would come after me, right? And I was always a new kid in the school. And so I spent a lot of time, since I couldn't fight physically, I learned how to fight mentally and emotionally in order to disarm a bully to where he didn't even want to like get up in my shit, right? Because I could embarrass him like in front of the girls or in front of the boys he was trying to impress, right? You know, taking some of my dad's skills and finding his weak spot and then just exposing it in front of everybody to the point of where, oh shit, picking on this kid is like costing me some fucking ego points, right? You can win battles, like not with your fists, even when someone's threatening to hit you. Like it is possible. I learned, you know, it didn't always work, right? But fucking hey, man, you know, it's like that exactly your school life, dude. I got a lot of practice, you know, I got a lot of practice, and it was like hard, you know, it was hard and was not, you know, I didn't love it. But I did, you know, I mean, it's one of those things where when you know, I have to admit that before I got sober and before I did healing work, I was pretty manipulative. So like, if you knew me in my 20s, I was kind of a disaster. And if you got involved with me in my 20s, like you were probably not going to get out of there without getting a little bit of my manipulation on you, right? Because I was like, I didn't know really what I was doing. A lot of that stuff, you just sort of do it unconsciously. Any of you that have grown up in an abusive household, you know, you come out of it hyper vigilant and you come out of it like just sort of, it's a self-defense mechanism, right? You learn to manipulate and control the emotional tenor of the rooms you're in order to protect yourself, to make sure that no one can hurt you. And a lot of people get fucking hurt by that shit, you know? And then eventually, though, I found music, which gave me an outlet for self-discovery, and that tempered it a little bit. And I knew a series of wonderful women that I dated that helped put a mirror up in front of me. And then eventually I got sober and I got into therapy. And I did Vipassana meditation and a bunch of EMDR. And I like did some battle with that ego aspect of it, right? And I was able to like make it much more of a superpower. I mean, it was always kind of a superpower, but it used to be a little bit self-destructive, you know? And I mean, that's kind of all of our paths, right? Is if you look at your childhood, no matter how bad it was, there's like some superpowers in there that you have, right? And like once you deal with the pain and once you detangle from the self-destructive aspects of that thing, that superpower, you have like these gifts. You know what I'm saying? You have these gifts, right? And managed to grow and not stay stuck. Yeah, no, I did grow. Right? But so the you know, I don't know why I managed to grow. I mean, that may just because, you know, I've always been a curious person. Like I like growth. Like growing is it's painful, right? You grow from the hurt, from the heartbreak, from the shit that blows up in your face and from the pain, right? And so I like never shied away from pain. Like I made sure, whether by accident or by choice, my entire life has been it's been 1,000 repetitions of the same thing, which is me like putting all of my heart into an endeavor and getting my heart completely devastatingly broken and then picking up the pieces and repeating that cycle and being fearless of like, okay, I don't care if it breaks again. I'm just not going to get jaded. I'm not going to protect, right? You don't want to put the limiter on of like, oh, I'm going to hold myself back because I don't want to get hurt. You know what I mean? And so I didn't self-harm in like cutting or anything like that. I didn't self-harm in like direct sort of ways because I was an 80s kid and nobody I knew really did that. The way I self-harmed was by drug and alcohol consumption, okay? I used to do extraordinary amounts of drugs and alcohol and like do things like race my car down the street, driving through all the red lights at 75 miles an hour, like really stupid shit that could have killed me, okay? But fortunately, I don't know. I had a really fortunate set of, you know what I'm saying? And I did get in some stupid fights and I did, you know, engage in some stupid behavior on motorcycles and had some crashes and shit. But I for whatever reason, I never got super harmed. But yeah, I was more a self-harmer with a recklessness of how I lived. I didn't like the whole experience physical pain. I mean, there is like some people that, you know, people who like cut or whatever, there's a psychology to that where they need to feel that pain. It's like, and I didn't have that aspect. That was not mine. But mine was more of like the emotional stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I would go and get myself into these really complicated emotional situations, right? You know what I mean? That like, and you know, blacking out a lot. Okay. I blacked out a lot and, you know, I dealt with a lot of blackouts and a lot of friendships or relationships ended inside those blackouts and a lot of complicated feelings afterwards. You want dance party? All right, let's do the goal, baby. Let's get it. You know, I mean, just a lot of shit, but you know, but I had a couple rules though. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And so one day I decided I wasn't going to keep trying to run. Not really. I mean, it wasn't really a one day. It was more like, for me, it was like 10 years of trying to do something about it and failing. And then after like 10 years of trying, like something finally took. But it was a long, slow change. Like I tried. I knew I had a problem with alcohol and drugs and relationships, but I just didn't feel like I could do anything about it. And I would make little steps. Like I was a quitter. I that was my thing. Like I was always, even in my craziest days, I would show up one day and be like, I'm not drinking ever again. And I would always go 2 weeks with no alcohol, no drugs. And then there would be like an episode, but I would quit drinking and doing drugs and like grit my teeth and like, I'm really going to do it this time. I would do that like every 3 months for like 10 years. Okay. And all the people around me hoping that this time it was going to take, you know what I'm saying? Right? Dude, many drug screenings. Dude, we never had those. Jobs, nobody pee tested in the 90s, boss. Nobody fucking cared about that shit. Everybody was doing drugs. Dude, there was no drug testing in the 90s, right? We were all partying. But yeah, so I was constantly trying to get a handle on it, you know? But also though, what I was going to say though, is like, it wasn't all like painful, like hurting. I mean, I got myself into a lot of hurtful situations, but then I was like writing songs and I was writing record albums. So I had an outlet. I would go out to the edge and I would jump over the edge and get into a crazy situation that caused me a whole bunch of pain. And then I would write an album about it or a bunch of songs about it. And then it felt good. And so then I would go and experience more pain. And then I would try to make sense of it in my writing. And so I think music really helped me sort of mitigate and survive. Like, I don't know what my addiction would have looked like without the creative outlet. Cheers from Wichita, Kansas. Just discovered you. Let's go. Oh, shit. Let's go. Thank you, Wheels. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think if I didn't have a creative outlet, I think I probably would not have survived. I think my addiction would have maybe gotten the best of me because I wouldn't have been able to handle that. But I had an outlet, man. I had an addiction. And I had all this personal pain from like multiple girlfriends and broken friendships and all kinds of chaos from my wild behavior and my blackouts and the crazy, painful things I did. And then I would go and I would grab a guitar and I would grab a yellow legal pad and I would put out everything that was in me on that paper. And then I would go get on stage and people would be like taken by it. And then I would go out into the crowd and I would start the cycle of let's find some more women and create another crazy cycle of emotional destruction. And then I would grab my guitar and my yellow pad again. And then I would go on stage and get fucking applauded for it. And everybody would want to have sex with me because of what I went through and what I put on that page. And then I would go and have the sex and the chaotic relationships. And I would, break my heart and lose it all emotionally. And then I would grab the guitar and the notebook again. And so I was living a cycle of emotional and sexual and, like life exploration and outreach into all these crazy feelings, sometimes really, really dark. And then I would assess it in my art. And I would try to like remove it from my body and my art. And, and so it was like it sort of kept me from getting like too depressed and too broken and like too, and then, and so it was crazy. You were outside the Viper Room when River Phoenix passed. See, I saw River Phoenix, okay, at a fucking grocery store, like in the fucking whatever, in the 90s. And there were two main grocery stores in LA. There was Vaughn's and there was Ralph's. And there was a Ralph's that was right on Sunset. It was the one I went to. I lived behind the Laugh Factory. And this was down by Sunset, like sort of kind of near the Guitar Center. There was a big Ralph's and I lived on Sunset and Crescent Heights. And so, I don't know, it was maybe 10 days before he died, I saw him and his girlfriend or a girl, but they were in front of me at Ralph's. And dude, you know what was crazy is he didn't look good. And what was really interesting about it was he's a really good looking guy. Okay. River Phoenix was like extraordinary good looking. And he had this magnetism that was just like, when you were near him, he just like shone like a diamond. You know what I'm saying? And like when I saw him at Ralph's, him and his girlfriend had like $300 of organic vegetables, right? Like everything you could imagine. Picky Parker, let's go, right? So it's him and this girl and like $300 of organic vegetables. And I got a feeling, man, that like he didn't look good. And it was really confusing because the diamond shine, I'd seen him before multiple times, right? Because he was a scenester and a clubster, but like the diamond shine was gone and he was really fucking skinny. And for all of that organic vegetables, like people who are eating nothing but organic vegetables, your skin should look good, right? If you're ordering $300 worth of organic vegetables and your skin is like sallow and fucking gray, that like something's up. Okay, because people who eat a bunch of organic vegetables, their skin is usually bright and shiny, okay? And so he like had all this organic vegetables and shit and all this crazy like healthy food, but he just looked not good. You know what I'm saying? He did not like, yeah, he looked real damaged. And that was, you know, maybe a couple weeks before he died. But dude, Proud Liberal, you worked at the Laugh Factory. Like, what year did you work at the Laugh Factory? Because I'm going to show you something. You ready? Let me fucking show you. I lived right behind the Laugh Factory. Okay? I'm going to show you right now on Laurel. You ready? Here we go. You ready? Watch this. I'm going to take you on a fucking adventure here. Hold on here. All right. You ready? Let me just show you guys. Okay. So here's the Laugh Factory. All right? On Sunset. This is Sunset. Okay? This is Mitzi Shore's the comedy store. So this is the Laugh Factory. This is a Chevron station. That's Crescent Heights. Okay? And this is Sunset Boulevard. And this street right here is Laurel. Okay? Is the street that is right here. So if you go up Laurel, right, behind the Laugh Factory, here's the Laugh Factory on the corner. You go up Laurel, and I lived in this apartment building right here. Right in that building, right there. It's the first building behind the Laugh Factory. A woman lived in this front building right here who looked just like Kim Basinger. And me and my friend Jeff lived in that second door right there, the second apartment downstairs. It was a one-bedroom, okay? A one-bedroom apartment, and I was 20, okay? And this was my first apartment. And this would have been in 1989, 1990, right around then. And we lived $275 each. It was $550 a month. Okay. And it was that apartment right there. This is the apartment I learned how to fucking play guitar. And what's crazy about it is I started playing guitar. This was where I sort of got like cut my teeth before starting my first band. And dude, it was epic. Okay. Dude, I loved it. No, my neighbors fucking hated me. They did. But the one thing we did was, so in the 90s and in the 80s, there was a thing you do with the cable guy. So cable used to not be digital, right? So cable, because I told you how I was a TV guy, right? And no, I didn't have a drummer. This was where I learned how to play guitar. There was no drummer. But so the cable was like these metal things, right? You would get basic cable and it was like super cheap. And then there would be like 10 metal things. There was like a metal thing for HBO, for Cinemax, for Showtime, whatever. They had a metal blocker, and each metal blocker would take out a channel, right? They were filters that disrupted the signal. So what we would do is we, like, I was always the guy who like finagled these kinds of deals. So what happened was the cable guy came to install the cable, and then I took him outside and had a discussion how much for us to remove all those, right? And he was like, all right. And so what he would do is we paid him. I think we paid him like $175 or something. And he just took them all out. And then he gave them to us, the things. And then if we got caught, we were responsible, right? We had to fucking take the heat for it. But I think we paid him like $175 or $200, something like that. And then we just had free cable. Dude, it would have been like, you know what I'm saying? It would have been like $75 a month or something for all those, right? But so then what ended up happening was there was a club called the Coconut Teaser. Okay, I lived there, but I was never in a band here, guys. I never got in a band here. I couldn't really play guitar. I played guitar all the time. I had a video camera. I used to make these really weird, like, art films and with me and like my various girlfriends and shit. And I did a lot of drinking in the neighborhood bars. Then after this, I moved to Redondo Beach. Okay, I moved to Redondo Beach with 3 guys, and I lived in kind of near the beach down in Redondo. And that's where I met started my first band with this girl with dreadlocks. And then like, it was complicated though, because I had a girlfriend and she and I had this relationship and it was weird. So that band didn't go anywhere. But I did meet my bass player in that Redondo house. And then me and my girlfriend moved to Hollywood, and the bass player moved to Hollywood with me. And then we started our first band. And then what happened is when I had my first band, eventually there was a club here called the Coconut Teaser right here on the corner of Sunset and Crescent Heights, right here in this building with these green bushes. Okay. So this building right here was the Coconut Teaser. It was a rock club upstairs. And then this door went downstairs. There was a bar downstairs, acoustic bar called the Crooked Bar. Okay. And my first band, I started around in like 94, I think 93. So it was like 3 years after living in the Laugh Factory. But I lived down in Miracle Mile by the La Brea Tar Pits. But then I used to play at the Coconut Teaser. My band had a residency here. My band Soul Driver played here every Sunday and Tuesday. Okay. This was before the internet. Yeah. I handmade my flyers. I played here every Sunday and Tuesday at midnight for, I don't know, for like a year or something. Dude, it's where I got really good on stage. Like really fucking good. Playing that many shows and playing all the time like that in something regular, you get to develop a real fucking confidence and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it becomes like your home, right? Like eventually you walk in there and you just like own the place. Dude, it's amazing. It was pretty incredible. Yeah, boss. There's a little journey. All right. Little journey through my life. Dude, everybody played there. Yeah. The Coconut Teaser, man, everybody did. Right. Everybody, but we played there. But then like, yeah, it's pretty wild. Dude, it's pretty crazy shit, dude. Oh, shit. Journey down memory lane, dude. Yeah, no, Redondo was fun, right? You learn the sound of the room. You learn, like, the sound guy gets to know you, everybody. But then what ended up happening was, like, dude, like, some shit went down at the Coconut Teaser where there was a bartender there, a guy named Junior, who was like amazing. And Junior used to hook us up, right? He did. He hooked us up. Junior was like a deal maker, right? He fat tips, and like he didn't charge you for as many drinks. And then there was this other sort of like Henry Rollins looking bartender who was like a junior bartender. And like he asked me one night, like, why do you like Junior so much? Why does everybody like Junior so much? And I was really drunk and I was like, dude, Junior's the man, dude. Junior hooked me up. And so he sold out Junior and got Junior fired, bro. And Junior was like the guy, dude. He was like known. Everybody knew Junior. And that fucking ruined Coconut Teaser. I shit you not. When that Henry Rollins guy got Junior fired, and then he became like the bartender guy, but his personality sucked. And everyone hated him because we knew he got Junior fired. And it was like, dude, that's not how you operate. You don't sell people out. That's the way the service industry is. We were all fucking bartenders or fucking or waiters. And that's just what you did. You gave out some free, they get some free. It's part of the deal, man. If you're a bartender, my coffee shop, they come in and they drink free. And then I don't pay for coffee. If there's a falafel place down the street, those cooks come in, man, I'm comping their shit. Meaning the bar's picking up the tab. And then I get free falafel. That's just how that fucking industry works. And good bars and restaurants, they put that in the pour cost. They know it. And so when this guy sold out Junior, everybody was like, fuck you. And I swear to you, I think that guy getting Junior fired and contributed to the end of the Coconut Teaser, boss. Because it just wasn't the same, bro. Everybody fucking hit him. Everybody hated him. Yeah, after that, dude. Dude, I don't remember what his name was, though, but what a fucking douche, dude. What a fucking douche that guy was. Yeah, so he got the job, and then eventually there was no clientele. So fuck him. But I always felt bad, though, because I felt like I fucked it up, you know? But, I mean, he obviously had to have more evidence than just me, right? You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, dude, those kinds of guys, right? He looked like Henry Rollins. He had, like, a shaved head and real square jaw, and he was, like, big and buff. But the dude had no personality. And that was it. He would, like, Junior was, like... Dude, I think Junior was like Cuban or from fucking Colombia or something. Junior was like, he had like a fucking gold tooth, dude. He was a badass, bro. Like, if you needed somebody to get like beaten up or some shit, like Junior would be the guy who knew who you would talk to, dude. He was just really cool, dude. And then I had this other time, like speaking of that, so I worked... There was like a little building for Hanna-Barbera, you know, the place that made like the Flintstones and shit. So I got a job working in a parking attendant for one of the Hanna-Barbera parking lots. So I was the dude who just sat in a booth. This was like when I was 19 and it was a pretty cool job. I just sat in a booth. I could bring a stereo and I could wear my Chucks and I could totally kick back and just listen to music. And my boss was this really big black dude. And he had some really big, like black friends. They were like super cool, but they always had this really good, like weed, like, you know, like shit that me and my friends could not afford. And so he would sometimes kick us down, or like we would all be taking smoke breaks. Right? Like my friends would come and visit me in the booth and we would go take smoke breaks with my boss. And it was really cool, right? But so the reason I'm thinking about this is the whole beating someone up. So my mom lived across from this softball field in Glendale. And at some point there were a group of like shitty punk rockers, like the destructive, like window breaking, kind of like picking on people. Punk rockers that we got on their bad side because we got in a little car chase with them and I threw a strawberry shake out the window and it like hit this guy's Volkswagen Bug and they got super pissed. And so there was a while where there was a group of punk rockers that were like trying to kick my ass. And they all hung out at this softball field that was like across the street from my mom's house. And I was living at my mom's house at the time. So I had to be careful because if these guys saw me, if it was just me and one of them, nothing happened. But if there was a group of them and they saw me, they literally would chase after me. Like one day I came out of my mom's apartment and they saw me and they came running across Glen Oaks Boulevard, which is like 6 lanes of traffic. And they I'm in my car trying to drive away. One guy had his hand in the window, like trying to grab my throat. And I'm like driving through these guys. They're kicking my car. I mean, they were like trying to fucking beat me up or trying to make me think that they were going to beat me up. And so I went to my boss at Hanna-Barbera, the big black dude. His name was Carl. And I said, Carl, I'm like, dude, you think you can help me? I'm like, I'm kind of in a pickle. Like I pissed off a whole group of people. And so what happened was Carl and his friend, right, another one of his buddies, they went and played softball in that park one day when all those guys were there. I called Carl and I'm like, there. And he was like, all right. He's like, I want you to just like lay low. Okay. Like get out of your fucking apartment, right? Like whatever, just go somewhere. And like Carl and his buddy went to that softball field and I don't know what happened. Carl never told me what happened. Like those guys never told me what happened, but those guys literally never even looked at me after that. Like I literally could have walked over there and sat right in the fucking dugout with them and they would have just pretended like I wasn't even there. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, shit just literally changed overnight. And I was like, bro, dude, I was so indebted to him. And nobody got beat up though, right? No, there was no marks on them. So they didn't get in a fight, but they did something, bro. Right? Dude, it was amazing. Oh shit. It was amazing, dude. Carl, he spelled it with a K, right? Dude, it was so crazy. Dude, that guy was like, that was the coolest boss I think I ever had, man. Dude, LA was great in the 90s, man. It really was. You know, you like the stories? Let's go. Dude, I got some stories. Dude, I haven't thought about this shit in a while, dude. Dude, Carl was badass. Dude, the way though that like, you don't understand the way it played out with Carl, okay, was when I interviewed for that job to be a parking attendant, they had this questionnaire you had to fill out, and he left me alone in his office to fill out the questionnaire. And he had a pack of Cools on his desk. And I was a Newport smoker, but I was like, dude, he has Cools. I wonder, I was like, man, I kind of want to like snag a cigarette because I don't think I'm going to get this job. And I don't know if I want this job. But so I opened his pack of cigarettes while he was out of the room. Like, this is during my interview, bro. And I opened it up and there were like these huge, fat, stinky joints in his fucking cigarette pack. And so I just closed it up and all of a sudden I was like, dude, now I want this job, bro. All of a sudden my tune changed. I'm like, dude, I'm going to be the best fucking parking attendant that Hanna-Barbera has ever had. Dude, oh shit. It was hilarious. And then eventually, after he hired me and shit, I had a discussion. I'm like, hey, can I tell you a story? Like the day of our interview, I was going to steal a cigarette from you, man. And I opened your pack of cigarettes and I saw what was in there. And he was like, holy shit. And then we became like buds after that. Dude, it was funny, bro. Oh, shit. Dude, that was so funny. I mean, I was just sort of into mischief. But you know, it was a shitty job, but it was a cool job though, because it was like Hanna-Barbera, you know? So, I mean, yeah, I was a parking attendant with a low paid fucking shitty ass job and sitting in a booth all day. But like, there were like movie directors and actors and shit driving up and I was opening the gate for them. So that's kind of like one of the things that I always did was I didn't care so much if my job was like grunt work. I just always wanted to be working around people that were happening. You know what I'm saying? Like in some way, shape, or form, I made sure, like for example, when I first got into the service industry, I got 2 jobs. Okay. One job was as a waiter at a Red Lobster, and a very busy Red Lobster. Okay. It was a very busy Red Lobster. I would have made probably some good money, really good money, because it was cranking, and I wanted to be a waiter. I got the job as a waiter at Red Lobster, and 2 days later, I got a job as a busboy, but it was at Dive, which was Steven Spielberg's restaurant. And so I fucking took the busboy job, right? I chose the busboy job in Steven Spielberg's restaurant over the waiter job at the busy Red Lobster. You know, even though I wanted to be a waiter, and even though Dive would not make me a waiter, they kept me as a busboy, and then eventually they made me a fucking runner. And then once I was a runner, I was a really good runner. It was a 2-story restaurant. If you were a good runner, they were not letting you go anywhere, right? Dude, gem of a story. Let's go, Ingrain. Thank you, boss. Appreciate you. So that's how I operated. I would take a lesser job and less money to be in the cooler spot because I was like a networker, right? So for me, like I knew that being a busboy at Steven Spielberg's restaurant and the type of people that hung out there was going to be much more advantageous to me of like, you know, my crowd. You know what I'm saying? Dude, yeah, let's get this dance party, guys. We have 18 minutes and we need 17. So let's finish out this story with the fucking dance-a-rama, and then we'll get into the last fucking story we're covering. But yeah, man. Dude, let's go. Right? Do you need to be a busboy at Steven Spielberg's house? I don't know about that. But yeah. So I always like tried to work at cool spots. Right? That was my thing. It either had to be a cool spot or it had to be like really good money, right? One of the two. Really good money for very little time, right? You know? Yeah, but so the thing about lake living, the thing about like the movie industry and the music industry is you never want to be too close to them, right? Like, for example, if you're Steven Spielberg's assistant, and you're a good assistant, you're probably not going to go very far. He's never going to work with his assistant, right? You want to be several, like if you want to network with people at that level, you want to be, right? Like his waiter has a better chance of getting a job on one of his movies than his assistant does, right? The closer you get to them, the less likely they are to work with you, right? I mean, it's just a relational thing. Right? You need to be a stranger to them if you want to get work or get connected, right? And you get too close and then you become like their confidant and like, right? There's a rule to networking about how, like, if you want to have good networking relationships and good networkers know this, okay? So good networkers even know like a lot of your relationships, you become networking friends, but you never really become friends because you know that becoming friends changes the nature of your relationship. So there you have friends and then you have networking friends. And networking friends are people that you help them build their network and they help you build yours. And they may be your mentor or you may be their mentor, but it never becomes a friendship. And then the friendships, though, kind of ruin the networking because it's harder to network with friends than it is with networking friendships. That's how I've always found it. Like networking is a specific transactional friendship that is not about getting, you know, like you respect each other, but you're not there to become emotionally reliant upon one another, right? Dude, Drew Ad, let's go, baby. Good to see you again, buddy. You know? And so, you know what I mean? Dude, let's go. Dude, Mick Wheels, absolutely loving the stories. Thanks for putting a smile on your face. I'm glad you got a smile. Dude, we need some smiles. Let's go, guys. We need 15 and 15, baby. Dude, 15 and 15. Dude, the good friends or family is tough. Like, I've actually been in bands with good friends and had it worked out. And I've been in, you know, bands or shared rooming situations with friends where it didn't work out. And it kind of depends on the friend, right? It depends. Like, if you have a friend or family member you're not competitive with, it's possible that you can work together. But if there's any level of competition or insecurity on either side of that relationship with a close friend, like it's just dangerous. Like you're going to fuck shit up, right? Insecurity, you gotta like, but I tend to prefer the sort of transactional networking friends kind of in the business world, right? And then your friends are where your, more of your personal shit stays. But good networkers know. I mean, that's why a lot of people, this was like the LA curse, guys. The LA curse is somebody going and trying to become the best friend of like a star or the best friend of a famous kid. And a lot of times that doesn't work out. That like ruins the networking. Mom got home today after four months of cancer treatment. Holy shit, Miss Goodlife. I hope it holds. My mom beat cancer the first time. Second time she didn't, But I hope she's doing well. Glad she's home though. That's got to be good. Love is love, but biz is biz. Yeah. I mean, I think like, I think I did well when I look back at my youth. I did well. I think you do best in those types of transactional, networky environments if you don't take things personal. You know what I'm saying? Like even when somebody like backstabs you, right? There's like certain backstabbing that's allowed, and you just have to realize that like, oh yeah, if that was me, I would have done that backstab too, right? So there's certain backstabs that are allowed if they don't damage your reputation, if they're not like harming one of your personal relationships, but they're sort of stabbing you in the back because they have the opportunity to take your opportunity, and they sort of got there first, even though it was meant for you. And so if they do that, you sort of understand, because it's like, yeah, I would have done the same thing. It's the backstabbing where they're trashing your reputation and or ruining your friendships with people. That's the shit that you then have to sort of go to war with, right? Because at the end of the day, you go to a city like LA, New York, San Francisco, Seattle, whatever, where everybody's trying to succeed as a musician or as an artist. And guys, it's cutthroat. You're not, you got to cut some, you got to behave in a cutthroat manner to a degree, right? It's required. It's a requirement. That doesn't mean you sell over all your fucking close associates and you don't like betray all your alliances and shit. You have to know like who to cut and who not. You know what I'm saying? Like they're right. It's like you have to, right? You have to guard your heart. See, I don't think so. I think you go unguarded. I think you just take the pain, right? I think if you guard your heart, you start playing games with people. Right. And you gotta sort of go into it being willing to, if anyone's going to take the heartbreak in this room, it's going to be me. Right. And that's how I rolled with it. I was like, if any one of us is going to suffer the heartbreak, it's going to be me, because I'm going to put it back into my art. And so like, fuck you. That's going to make me invincible, but, and this is part of why you see politics. I think you see these fucking, you see these alliances and shit, right? Where you have to know like who you need as an ally and who you don't. You know what I'm saying? Right? Protect yourself. No, I don't believe in protecting myself, right? I don't. I believe in like being aware and being smart and like being a good networker and shit, right? You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? 10 minutes. All right, dude, wait, we got to focus, right? 14 and 10, right? But it's like, you gotta have the heartbreak. The heartbreak, I mean, is like trusting people implicitly until they actually prove to you that they're not trustworthy. Right? That kind of shit where sometimes people fuck you over. And then you like, develop the correct boundary or the way to process them. Like if they fuck you over and they're still an essential part of your networking climb, you have to still incorporate them without resentment. And you got to find a way to get over your resentment of them because they still have some value to the overall fucking, game, if you will. So sometimes you have to let yourself get fucked over and you have to like moderate your positioning with them because you're going to need the advancement they just got, right? You know what I mean? And like, so you just have to not take it personally, right? That's kind of how I roll, right? See the snakes, don't become the snake. Yeah. But so sometimes somebody will fuck you over and they'll steal an opportunity for you, but then you'll end up like down the pipe, dude, you can ride them to a bigger opportunity because eventually they make an enemy. You know what I'm saying? You fucking, eventually they make an enemy and then you can fucking capitalize on that. Dude, James, let's go. Oh, all right, guys, I'm gonna focus now. Dude, we have 8 minutes. We need 13 for the dance party. We got this, right? Oh, let's go, dude. Let's go, baby. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Trump will tell you about his snake, dude. Dude, Trump is an idiot, right? Dude, let's go. Crafty, let's go. Dude, we got it. So 12 in 8. 8 minutes, 12 more, always to the wire. We wouldn't have it any other way. But by just so you know, like for me, the whole idea of when I think of protecting myself, I think of like assuming danger, looking for like somebody who's trying to fuck me over. You know what I'm saying? LFG, thank you, Seattle Jen. I think of like maybe, if you go into a big audition or a big business meeting, like worried that you might not get the part or wanting to not do the wrong thing. To me, that all feels like protecting myself. And I just didn't engage in that. I was more like, I'm going to go in with everything I got, all guns firing, being me and being like true to who I am. And then I'm going to let the chips fall. And if I fuck it up and I lose the opportunity because I was me, it's going to hurt and it's going to suck, but I'm going to do it. Dude, Annie up punks, let's go. But I think one of the things though, that I saw a lot in LA, because it is very cutthroat. And so like 2 things really happened in LA a lot is one is everybody was really concerned about what other people could do for them. Okay. Like, what am I going to get out of the transaction? And that's one. And that's a way of like looking out for their own interests. And then the second thing people would do a lot is they would always be looking out to make sure nobody's trying to take advantage of them. And I found those 2 mechanisms of what's in it for me. And wait, is he taking advantage? Is she taking advantage? Are they going to steal my opportunity? Those types of behaviors that seem protective and seem like they're looking out for themselves were just super negative. Like I would sometimes help people for like a year before I would even ask them for a help. Like most of my relationships with networking is like, how can I help you? Okay. That's literally like normally how I go into it. Is as a networker, I don't ask for anything. Always enjoy your show. Thank you, Bama girl. Right? I just help the people that like I want to help. How may I be of service to you? How can I help you? How can I be your right? I may have some skills that you need. I may have some allies that you need. I may be able to destabilize some enemies you have. Right? You need help? I'm your guy. Right? You need some mental warfare? Let's go. Dial me up. Dude, proud liberal. Let's go. Right? That's how I used to operate. Right? And then eventually, if you need a favor, and you've like taken care of a whole bunch of people will like often give you favors. Right? And that was very atypical. Proud liberal. Let's go. Dude, all right, 4 minutes, guys. We need 9 9-4, baby. 9-4. That was very atypical though in LA, right? Because in LA, everybody's more like, what can you do for me? Right? Dude, Proud Liberal, let's go. Oh, the only thing though that sucks Proud Liberal is they gotta be $2 or more. Right? The $1 ones aren't moving the fucking counter, dude. Drew Lab, let's go. It sucks. Dude, yeah, it only lets you do $1 at a time, doesn't it? Dude, that's all right. We appreciate it though. All right, we need 8 and 4. And I think guys, that is like, if you are in a big city and you're networking, maybe this will resonate with you. But most networkers are like, what's in it for me? And so if you can find a way to be a how can I help you kind of networker while also still being what's in it for me, but the what's in it for you is like not as important as what you're doing for them, you can be very, very successful because you stand out, right? Dude, Shin Godzilla, let's go. Doesn't move the counter, right? There we go. Dude, thank you, Shin Godzilla. We're going to do, this is for Shin and for that big 20 drop. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you guys. Dude, and we had fucking 10 earlier too from fucking, who's Drew Lad. I can become a motivational speaker. Dude, I think I'm a motivational speaker right now, right? Right? I mean, dude, I don't know what a value proposition is, but there is something to be said of like providing value, okay? Like the way I look at networking is I know the levers of power I would like to have, right? Like, dude, Pinky Parker, right? Like in any political situation or in a music scene or whatever, you know, you're going to have people you like. You're going to have people you hate. There are people who have hands on the levers of power. There are people who are kind of in charge. Dude, Jess, no way. Let's go. Oh, shit, dude, another Trumpy. And, dude, thank you, Jess. Let's go. All right, we got 5 and 2, baby. And so instead of like trying to sort of fast track your way or whatever, it's sort of like I've always approached it as like I have a lot of value to add. Like, so, like, let me add some value to your experience, you know, and I want to learn from you. I want you to be like a mentor, or I want you to introduce me to people, and I'll provide value along the way. And I think providing value is just a really good way of being, right? Because what's crazy is if you provide value for somebody, even if they never end up helping you out, you're putting like good energy into the system, you know, and that shit is like beneficial for everyone. Okay, dude, James, let's go, right? Instead of just being a taker, right? You don't want to just be a taker. You got to provide value. Dude, all right, we need 4 in a minute and a half. Down to the wire, boss. Oh my God, dude, down to the wire. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And then I have one more thing to say about the providing value, that concept. But I'm going to focus here. Dude, Deja Vu, let's go. Thank you, Piggy. Dude, happy I found you and you're in my city. I am in PDX. Let's go, Big Spider Mike. I am here, boss. Been here for 26 years. All right, 2 more, last minute. Down to the wire, baby. Dude, one more Girl Friday on Tuesday. On Sunday. We got Girl Friday on Tuesday, on Sunday coming through. And we're about to fucking bang it out. Right? Here we go. 1 minute, 39 seconds, 38 seconds. We got this. Dude, we got it. Oh, here we go. 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 Dude, let's go. Oh, shit. 15 seconds. Oh, fuck, dude. Now we might not make it. Oh, there it is. Dude, McWheels came through. Let's go. There it is. Let's go, dude. We did it. Down to the wire. Dude, you guys do that on purpose, don't you? Right? Dude, I always get nerve-wracked. Right? Oh, shit, boss. Dude, let's go. Dude, Mr. Moj, everyone, let's get it. We're getting it. Oh, shit. We're going to watch a little Erika Kirk, dude. Right? She's fucking being a weirdo. Dude, Pinky! Let's go, Pinky Parker! Now I got to remember what I was saying about providing value, right? Because like, yeah, shit, I had a big thought, but now I focused on chat for a little while and I forgot it. But in general, in general, right? I think like, you know, there is a like a significant benefit of being somebody who will take care of other people, just in general. You know what I'm saying? It like costs us nothing oftentimes, and not in like a codependent caretakery, like where you're doing it to try to avoid your own pain. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, I remember what it was. It's about providing value. That's what it was. It was my providing value thought. So I used to do this with jobs, okay? Is when I would go into a job, if I'm going into a waiter job, right? Or a you know, a bartending gig or whatever. In the interview, I would try to provide value. I would come in and like if you're interviewing for a bartending job, right? You come in and you go and hang out at the bar before the job. And then you suss out the energy of the bar. And I, you know, then you walk in and during your interview, you say to the owner or the boss, you say, well, I've come into your bar and I've watched your bartenders and I've noticed that your bartenders seem really skilled, but they're also not very relaxed. And so a lot of times you don't have regular customers like hanging out at the bar. So even though the bar is busy, it kind of looks empty when people come in. And if you hire me, there will be a bunch of people sitting at the bar always, because I have a kind of personality that draws people with my stories and my energy. So like you hiring me is not only are you getting a great bartender, but I am going to bring something that you really need in this bar, right? And I'm sober, and so I'm not going to be drinking up the profits, and I never make a mistake with money. So dude, right? I have a lot to offer here. And so that's the type of thing, like if you can suss out the value needed, and then you can be the value needed, right? You have a really good chance of like selling yourself. And that's the thing that we have to learn. Instead of looking at it as like, I really need this job, I'm hoping you'll give me this job. It's more like I didn't approach jobs like that. I approach jobs with like, I have something you need. And so I think you should hire me because I'm going to make this place better. Like I'm going to make this place fucking sing just with like my personality and how I interact with your customers. And so like, that's why you should hire me, right? Like, yeah, I have the bartending mechanics, but I have these intangible things, you know, that like fucking, you know what I'm saying? I have these intangible things that are like, you're going to like it. Like, trust me, you know what I mean? And so I think like we have to find that, you know? So did I talk more when I was drinking? I mean, dude, like it varied, right? The main thing when I was drinking was, you know, bad decisions, right? Do I work well with others? Sometimes, right? I work well with others sometimes, right? I work well with others, not with bosses, right? Right? I can work well with the team as long as like I get some directional rudder control on the team, unless the team is being led by somebody who's like sort of a mentor figure, then I can be completely secondary to the mentor while I'm like learning his shit. But if I have a boss who's not good at his job, like I will not work well with him. And in fact, I will like actively try to get rid of that boss in some way, shape, or form, or until they fire me, right? Unless that boss has his hands on a lever of power that like affords me something, right? Like, for example, if I had a boss that was really shitty, that like, you know, didn't know how to do his job well, and so I had to put up with a lot of gruff, but he, you know, was close in with the owner, so then I could have dyed hair, or I could alter the rules of the employment establishment to be able to be on my phone when you know, there's no customers and shit. Then I might put up with that boss's shit because he's providing some value. But if he's yelling at me about having my phone out and he can't do his job, then I'm going to, slowly try to get him replaced with somebody that can actually do the job, because now I'm putting up with this bullshit, like making my life complicated, but he's not providing me any value, right? And so if you're bad at your job and you're providing no value, I'm going to work to get you removed, right? That was how I operated, right? And so I would either get them removed or they would, I would get fired. But that's kind of how I rolled. But I didn't want to be the boss, right? That was the thing. I did not want to be the boss. I wasn't looking to take the manager job. You know what I'm saying? But if they're bad at the job and they don't interfere with me and they're not causing me grief, then in that instance, as if they're in the power structure, then you let them stay. But if they're not in the power structure, you sort of have to get rid of them because they could potentially upset the power structure, right? Does that make sense? In every business, whether you go in, even in a family, there's a power structure. It may be the dad has the power, or the mom, or the grandpa, right? It may be one of the kids has the power over everything else. So in every environment, if it's a bar, if it's a restaurant, if it's an office, there is an existing power structure. And what you need is if you want to have your own personal power and be left alone, you have to be an ally to people with enough power to cover for you and to allow you to have your behaviors and they be okay, because a person with power is allowing you to be that way, right? And if the person isn't good at their job and they're just filler, sometimes that's not bad if they're tight with the power structure, because then everybody knows this guy can't do shit, but he's a power guy. So you just get close to him to maintain your connection to the powers up above, and he leaves you be. And so you leave him be, and he's just getting a job that he doesn't deserve and making money, and everybody leaves it alone. But if he's not ingratiated with the power structure, then he could potentially damage it. So then you kind of have to eliminate him. Or if you make alliances and you connect yourself to the power structure, he may come in and fuck it up just by being an idiot, right? And you don't want to risk that. So does that make sense? I mean, I think it's the same in politics. And you'll probably, if you hear these kind of chats, you may go to the office in the coming months, and if you look around, you may start noticing that, right? How they tell us that you get promoted because of hard work, but you do not get promoted because of hard work. You get promoted because of being able to deftly maneuver in the political environment of the job, okay? You don't even necessarily have to be skilled to get promoted, right? You just have to be good at navigating the political environment to be promoted, right? Hard work, in fact, will often keep you pigeonholed, okay? If you are really good at your job and it's hard to find someone good at your job, you are probably never gonna get promoted. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you just don't. If you're really good at your job and it's hard to find somebody good at that job, they ain't gonna promote you, right? You're stuck, bro. You are you're done, bro. You're done. So you better either like that but there's a benefit though. You ready? And this goes back to that rule flexibility, because if you're really good at your job, okay, and you're stuck there, you're never getting an advancement. And so maybe like me, I didn't want to be the manager. I didn't want to advance. But if you're really good at the job and you're stuck there and they can't replace you easily, now you have power, okay? You can dye your hair or keep your nose ring in or show your tattoos or modify the rules of the restaurant because then you have leverage, right? And so, right? So you know what I mean? And so my thing, I was very straight about this, okay? I literally would go into jobs And I would let my superiors know in no uncertain terms, I don't want your job. I would let them know, I don't want your job. What I want is I want my own leverage here so I can fucking live my life undisturbed. Okay? And you can build a lot of alliances with managers when they know you're going to be an ally, you're going to be part of that powers thing, but you're not going to topple them. Okay? Man, dude, you can have, like, sometimes you can have more power than the manager does, right? Because you're connected to them, but you're keeping their job safe. You know what I'm saying? And occasionally have a psychiatrist. Let's go, dude. Oh shit, spend all your time training other people so they can lay you off and pay them half as much. Dude, Lake, that sucks. I do have a fun story about training, okay? It was my first job. We talked about this the other day. My first real job was in the marketing department at UCLA Extension. And I worked in the marketing department for 3 years. And eventually what they did was they wanted to convert their mailing system from straight address labels to a ZIP+4 barcoding system, okay? Which is where now you have a ZIP+4. This was in the early days of this. This was in the early 90s. And so I was, in charge of the mimeographs and the writers department. That was doing the mailings was me. So I took on that job of all right, I'm making $8 an hour. I'm going to do this for no extra money. And I had to set up meetings with the postmaster. I had to go down to the post office and I went through meetings and trainings and I set up the system with the barcoding and the scanner. And I totally converted the entire marketing system to a ZIP+4 barcode mailing system that saved them tens of thousands of dollars. Okay? Tens of thousands of bucks. I'm 20 when I did this, 21, right? And then as soon as I got this thing up and running and my boss was the king of the department, everyone was toasting him, I went into his office and I said to him, his name was Michael. He had a lazy eye. And I said, Michael, I want a raise. I'm thinking, $12 an hour sounds good, right? I want a raise. And when it's really, really dead and the head guy, the head of the marketing's not here, I want to be able to have a magazine out on the desk. Okay. And those are my things, right? You're a hero. Everybody loves you. I just fucking guaranteed you're probably going to get promoted. And you know what that guy said to me? I shit you not. I walked into his office. I laid it very straight out what I wanted, what I thought I deserved after this. And you know what he had the nerve to say to me? He said, well, I'll give you the magazine when Michael Bly's not here. That was the head of the department. And he said, but he was as far as a raise, I think you should just be thankful that we gave you a project to work on. You should be glad that you didn't have to just answer the phones or run the mimeograph, right? We actually gave you an opportunity to do something that fucking uses, your skills. I think you should be happy about that. And I was not happy about that. And in fact, I found that really fucking insulting, right? Because what was crazy is the shit I did to do that ZIP+4 system was a fraction of my fucking capability. I could have done this motherfucker's job 10 times better than he did. Okay. And so what I did, guys, was, you know what happened? I walked out that day and I grabbed all the documentation. Okay. I had literally just set up this ZIP+4 system and I had all the documentation, 400 pages of how to operate this thing, how to make this shit functional, how to run it. I grabbed every bit of documentation. I grabbed all the drives with the relevant installs and shit. I put it in my backpack. I went over to Beatrice, my coworker. I hugged her and said, keep it on the DL, but you're never going to see me again. And I fucking said goodbye to a job I very much loved in the marketing department. I walked out. I never went back. I never called them. I never went to get my last check. I just bounced. And I later heard from Beatrice that the place just fell apart. They, for months, dude, they had no idea what the fuck they were doing. This guy, that boss, was run through the fucking coals trying to find someone to save his ass. And I hope he learned a lesson from that shit. But I was like, dude, there's just no way, dude. You're not gonna fucking insult my intelligence like that. And like, he could have said to me, look, man, I don't know if I can get you 12, maybe 10, or let's have a meeting with the fucking head of the department, right? Let's get you in a meeting with somebody up there and let you appeal to the people who can make that decision. He just insulted me. And so I was like, fuck you, bro. I was like, I will not be insulted by you. And good luck. Good luck figuring this shit out. And believe me, he knew my value after that experience, bro. You know what I'm saying? Dude. He didn't. No, I had a mole inside. I mean, of course he blamed me, but he blamed me. Of course he did. But I don't think it's sold on people. From what I understood with Beatrice is everybody knew that something had to go on because I was so proud of this shit, right? And so the scuttlebutt got around. I don't know what happened to that guy's career, but it was pretty obvious. It wasn't like I was just an unknown worker there. I'd worked there for several years. Everybody loved me there. Dude, I was so good. You know what I'm saying? I was so good. I mean, I was different. I was different than the usual suit and tie guy, but people loved me. and they knew that I didn't walk out of there for no reason. They knew that something had gone down. Right? You know, it's pretty hard to cover when a fucking, you know, a 3-year employee who did a really good job and was just like, helped you celebrate a career achievement, walks out like a couple days later with all the documentation and plunges the whole endeavor into chaos. It's pretty obvious that that had something to do with management, guys. You know what I mean? Right? Oh, shit. Dude, isn't that funny? Yeah, no, it did feel good. It did feel good. Dude, I mean, sometimes you got to do that, man. Like, you know, I mean, it's like when people are straight with you, right? When people are straight with you, you can deal, you know, when people are straight. But when people try to like hustle you, like that's the thing that about that particular situation that bothered me was that he was lying to me because, you know, he could have got me $12 an hour. He didn't want to ask. Or if he couldn't get me $12 an hour, he could have put me in the room with somebody that I could have negotiated for $12 an hour. But he didn't want to do that because I think he was worried if he put me in the room with people, then he might be threatened because they're going to know that I did it all and not him. So what he was trying to do was he was trying to protect his fragile ego. And then, you know, he had to be dealt with accordingly because I didn't want his job. I just wanted my own leverage, you know? You know what I'm saying? Dude, we're not filling up your boat. Let's go. Let's go, Pinky. You got to do it, dude, you know? And so he was like one of those guys who was going to try to hustle me because he was worried, you know, when like I didn't want his job, dude. His job sucked, you know? Right? Documented every instance that he did. What'd he do that you were documenting? For stealing your commissions. Yeah. No. Like, yeah, that shit. Good for you, Ron. Dude, good for you, man. I mean, I sold out a guy. They're like the manager. I've told the story before. I'm not going to go into the story because I need to do a little more politics. But at Jerry's Deli, we had one manager that was like a sexual harasser. And we all kind of put up with it. And then there was an episode where I got drunk at work during one of these movie premiere parties. And I got a little too drunk and blacked out. And then he got a couple of us fired that he considered enemies, like guys that had dirt on him. And then when I went, I found out that he personally recommended we get fired, even though he was pouring the drinks for us, mind you, because everybody drank at these. But so when I found out that not only did I didn't get fired because the corporate office fired me, I got fired because the manager, my supposed ally, specifically called for me to be fired because I had dirt on him. And so they fired me, and I was leaving in like a month to come to Portland. But that month of December is a Jewish deli. So the month of December in Jewish delis is really, really big because there's a bunch of holidays that the Jewish people don't celebrate. So they go out and have family dinners and shit. And so it was a really big month for us. So I needed that month before I went on tour. So I got mad. So I left, and I was so mad. I called the manager, and I said, you fucking sold me out? And they just fired me. And you know what the manager said to me? He said, my dad always said to me, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, is what he said. And then he hung up on me. And I was like, you fucking bitch. So then I turned around and I went back to the corporate office. I was like trembling. And I knocked on the door of the vice president. It was a family-owned company, but they called it corporate because they had like 9 delis. I knocked on the door and I said, I know you fired me, and trust me, I don't want my job back. I'm not here to get my job back, but you have a manager that has been sexually harassing all your fucking wait staff for like the better part of 2 years, and I can give you names and receipts, and like I have it all. And I'm asking nothing in return, but I think before I leave this job, I should fucking give you this information. And I went and sat down with them, and I fucking sold him out with all, like, why he recommended the people who got fired, because we all had the dirt on him, and the people who had quit because of this, and all of it, like, sort of commingled with, like, the weird reasons waitresses would give when they had quit over the last 2 years. And I fucked him up. And then they gave me my job back. And so I worked with him, like, and he didn't know that I sold him out, right? Because they did their own investigation. So after I sold him out and they investigated him, all of a sudden he knew I got fired, and then I got rehired. And so for that whole month, he was like, how did he get rehired? And I didn't tell him. It was just like he had no idea. Nobody would tell him. And so he was like just doing anything he could for me, right? He was like rolling out the carpet for me. And then about, I don't know, 4 or 6 weeks after I left, they fired him. They called him in, and they fucking just raked him over the coals, dude. And then, like, we got rid of him, dude. But you ready? You ready for the kicker? Okay, just check this out. He had a very unique, like, Egyptian or something last name. Okay, this guy did. Is very unique name, his name. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to, like, you know, whatever, right? I'm not here to fucking defame him. If I see any of you mention his name, I will warn you, I promise. But so what ended up happening was hold on. Oh shit. No, I had top chat. Sorry guys. I forgot to change the chat after it reset. Remember when it ran out of juice? That's on me if you don't see your name. Okay. I'm sorry, dude. It's a top chat. But so this happened in 1998. Okay. That was December of 98 is when that whole shit went down with Jerry's Deli. And his first name was Sam. And in January, I was in I went on tour for January. I got to Portland sometime in February. End of January or February, like, my ex-girlfriend still worked at Jerry's. Sam got fired. He went through the rigmarole. He got called out. He got busted. They fucking canned his ass. And then they started cracking down on sexual harassment. All new policies. Like, it really changed the shape of Jerry's forever. Okay? And yeah, dude, the 90s were terrible for workers. But check this out. It's like 2017. Okay, 2018, right before I became a Fortnite streamer. I was on Google one day, and I was thinking about this guy, and I'm like, I think I told the story at like, I don't know, some film fucking whatever, a film networking thing or whatever. And so I went and Googled Sam's name, right, to see like what had happened to this guy. This was 18 years later, and he pinged in Iowa. There was a ping for him. He had been arrested in Iowa like 13 years after that for domestic violence and sexual battery, for, I think, like choking a girlfriend or something, trying to choke her out and otherwise harming her. So 15 years later, the guy was still abusing women, but he left California and moved to like bumfuck Iowa to like become invisible. Isn't that crazy? Dude, he was still a shitter, bro. And I was like, wow, man, that was kind of blew me away because I had healed and gone to therapy and like done so much stuff, you know what I mean? And so it was pretty crazy, right? Can I do an extra hour digging the stories? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do a little bit more, but I'm not going to do any more stories. All right, the stories are great, and we're always going to have more stories, but I need to get some shit to make videos, right? So I do need to, we do need to cover this Erika Kirk thing, right? Cops, yeah, no, cops do that shit, dude, always. Dude, Trumpy going crazy? Yeah, the Trumpy going crazy is kind of a placeholder, I'll be honest, all right? I don't know what Trumpy's going crazy, but I assume he's going crazy. And so we'll figure it out. Dude, that's kind of a placeholder, right? Right? Dude, I have to admit, I'm going to be honest. Oh, shit. But the Erika Kirk thing, dude, he is always doing some shit, right? Doesn't it seem like MAGA men? Yeah, I mean, MAGA men are pretty easy, guys. MAGA men want to be able to be mediocre and get the top job, okay? Like, I'll give you a rundown of what MAGA men want. They want to be able to be mediocre and get the top, highest paid job. Okay, have the power. Even if they're not skilled, they want to be able to have access to the power. Okay? They want to have women that will be subservient to them, right? They kind of want a strong, powerful woman because they want her to be able to clean up their messes and to be able to direct them and give them ideas. So they really do want a strong, powerful woman, but only if she won't exercise any of it. If she will just give it all to them and be in the shadows and take care of the kids and like be a mommy and shit. But they do want the strong, powerful woman. They just, right? Because they need the fucking wisdom and the talent, right? But they also can't really handle it when they're around them. Even if she subjugates herself, they're still going to feel threatened the whole time, right? Which is part of the problem. Okay, that's another thing about MAGA men. Now, the other thing about MAGA men is they engage in domestic violence and sexual assault at far higher rates. Okay, you look at DV and you look at SA, and most of that shit is going to be MAGA men, guys. And the reason being, it's not like they have a predilection for sex crimes necessarily. It's because they all have power issues. Okay. They seek that power as a mediocre person, and the subjugated woman is because they have power they feel not powerful. So they overcompensate in every possible way, and they're prone to those types of power crimes of SA and DV and, you know, getting it on with a young, innocent girl that they shouldn't be doing, right? Because of those power issues. That's why you see it. And they gravitate towards religion, right? Because religion affords you a power. If you have a cross on, you're one of the good guys, you're trustworthy, and your Jesus is going to forgive all your sins so you can keep being a shithead, and he's going to forgive you, and you're doing the work of the Lord, even if I cut a few corners, but I'm cutting corners for Jesus. Oh, yeah. Oh, I broke all the rules, but I broke the rules for Jesus. Oh, Trumpy. Oh, come get me, Trumpy. Dude, right? It is. They are weak. Yeah, they're weak. And usually, guys, I shit you not, okay? I don't want to generalize because I'm not a prophet with some generalization and everybody is unique. But I would like to go out on the record and say that I believe one of the chief prognosticators that will lean someone to a red pill, okay, one of the chief things that will make the red pill seem attractive is a fatal flaw, okay, is like some type of resentment or shame because you feel like you have a fatal flaw. Like Tim Pool, whose fatal flaw is that bald head that he's got to keep covered under that beanie, and he just can't take the beanie off because the fatal flaw is whatever issue he has with his bald head. It could be Benny Johnson's fatal flaw of how he feels about his homosexuality. It could be a fatal flaw of like a 2-inch dick, or your dad didn't love you, or whatever. There is some like deep-rooted shame or resentment or something that they just harbor that like leads them down that road of the grievance politics, right? Because someone said politics of grievance. That's what it is. Because if you get wrapped up in that resentment and shame and you don't know where to put it, and then you go to the Republicans and MAGA and they say, aim it at the immigrants, aim it at the gays, aim it at the trans people, aim it at the woke people. They direct you on where to dump your resentment and shit. But like the people who deal with the resentment, the people who fucking, who like, you know, get resentment out of their life and actually try to like nurture compassion and connection, you're not going to look at what the red pill offers and find it attractive. Okay. Like only people, right? You know what I mean? Like if you look at somebody who watches, you know, the Cinnabon woman, okay, the Cinnabon woman, I don't care what the Somali couple said to her, okay? The Cinnabon woman, if you look at her and think her screaming the N-word at a Somali couple is good, you think she really stood up for yourself, you have some type of racial resentment in you, okay? Nobody who feels like, you know, like non-resentful towards people of different backgrounds is going to look at what she did and think she was doing a good thing. Only people that are nursing a deep, deep, deep-rooted resentment would look at that and think that that was good, right? Like resentment is the fucking, you know, is the brutal fucking killer that, you know, which is why, you ready for this? I'm going to blow your mind. Don't hate me for what I'm about to say. But I believe any one of us could potentially become a MAGA type, okay? It could happen to us. If we had a bunch of heartbreaks and we allowed ourselves to get resentful and we stopped being curious and we stopped seeking knowledge and we stopped seeking self-improvement and we just fed our resentments over and over and over again and then got into that bubble and nursed them because of a breakup or because of a lost job, right? Like, look at Cenk Uygur not getting MSNBC, right? You know what I'm saying, right? You just nurse it, and then you get in the bubble and shit. And if you allowed yourself to get resentful and just fell into it and never, like, dealt with your resentment, it could happen to anybody, right? And that's what I think is, like, is you know, the sort of the root of my compassion, okay, is realizing that if your heart gets broken in the right kind of ways and you don't get rid of the resentment, you too can fall victim to resentment, like we all can, you know? I mean, the same way that we all could be murderers or some shit if we had, you know, if you had lived the life of Ted Bundy, maybe you would have done some of that shit too, right? Like we all have the capacity, right? I'm not going to turn into a Cenk Uygur. Don't worry about that because you need the awareness. But I'm just saying that we all have the capacity of it, right? It's in us. It's just you have to make good choices. You know what I'm saying? And you say, Shredder says, was thinking about that today. If I had more money, would I feel different? But here's the thing though, Shredder. You ready? I'm going to blow your mind now. Okay. And as somebody who like went from like, you know, like lower income to making a ton of money and having a bunch of fame gaming. So the thing about that is you will not know how you would react to having a whole bunch of money until you actually have a whole bunch of money. Because what I can tell you is when you get money and when you get fame and when you get that shit, it will change you. It will offer you some experiences. And so you don't know, the same way that like we don't really know how we handle the power of having a gun until we have one, right? So, I mean, sometimes people are really good and they get money and money just ruins them, not because they're bad people, just because they didn't react to it well. And the power it afforded them got intoxicating. And then they made some bad decisions, and then their resentment and their ego and all that shit built up. And eventually, like, dude, right? Eventually, it fucking just kind of blows up. Yeah, dude, power can fuck you up, bro. Dude, you saw my post? What did I post under Tim Pool's post? I don't even know what I post, Moonlight. What did I post? Dude. Let me see. I post so many tweets. I don't know. Let's look. Let's see what I posted. Let me know when we get there. Dude, I reply to a lot of these guys. Yeah, dude, power is crazy, bro. Dude, she is so frightening. Dude, full necky. Yeah, that's the full necky picture. Dude, did you see my Ted Cruz? Dude, this one's funny, right? Because there's this like AI picture of Gavin Newsom, okay? And then it says democracy requires flexibility. And look at Ted Cruz. He said, apparently being elected in California has different responsibilities than in Texas. And then I said, yeah, in Texas, the only requirement is to be able to suck Donald Trump's dick. Dude, oh, that one is one of my greatest fucking replies ever. A zinger to Ted Cruz, dude. Oh, Lord, bro. That's the only requirement, dude. And it's true, though. It's so true. I'm not wrong. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I mean, I reply to so many. Dude, this shit is just weird, dude. Right? Look at this. You see this? They're out to dinner, okay? And they put a place setting at their dinner table for Charlie Kirk, and they put a shirt there, a freedom shirt. Like, this is just weird, guys. The head of the table, like, you know what I mean? And I know they're posting this shit, like, trying to be like, oh, we're so endearing. But, like, this is what makes me think they had something to do with him dying. Because they're constantly making this public spectacle. But, like, normal grievers don't do this. This is 𝗙ście𝗶𝗹𝗪. And I'm like, dude, gross performative grifters. They fucking killed Charlie, and now they're doing this shit. No wonder Candace is destroying these fuckers, because this is weird, guys. This is not like... You know, this is not like you love somebody. That's fucking bizarre, bro. Was it to this one? Right? Was it about the right-wing violence? You know it is Candace Owens fan? Is that it? Dude. Well, I don't know, man. I reply to a lot of tweets. All right. Dude, let's go. Dude, can I show you something, though, guys? There's a woman here on the internet that we got to look at. Like, look at this woman. Okay, let's just watch this. Dude, This shit is crazy, dude. They have like the microphone or whatever. I don't want to show my reply to that one though, but there's this crazy woman talking about Obama. Okay? She is this woman. Oh my God, dude. Look at her. Bro. Like, I just don't even know, like, how people end up looking like this, right? It's like she's, like, close to Mar-a-Lago, right? There's a look with the Mar-a-Lago with the crazy eyes and the garish makeup and the, like, Botox and the way they do their hair. Is that a filter? I don't know, man. I hope it's a filter. It's the Mar-a-Lago filter. Dude, it's super garish. But watch this woman, okay? This woman is like, it's with the eyes. Yeah. So there's somebody, guys, there is somebody who put this thing on my, hold on. There's somebody who put this thing. Let me do this, guys. Let me show you this. Hold on here. There's somebody who said, if you look at the eyes, right, where like the mouth, right, the mouth looks like they're happy, okay? You know what I'm saying? Where the mouth looks like they're happy or normal, but the eyes look like they're trying to kill you. And you see a lot of that. Like somebody put that in my comments, but it's very true. If you cover up their mouth and just look at their eyes, and then you cover up their eyes and look at the bottom of their face, if there's a discrepancy there, it tells you that something's up with their like chi. Like the two should match, right? Where your eyes shouldn't look insane while your face looks normal. Like you should have the same energy in both the top and the bottom. But yeah, watch this woman though, dude. She's about to go off on Obama. All right, here you go. You ready? All right, watch.
Obama, how about you sit down and shut the fuck up, okay? You racially dividing, cop-hating, most divisive president in the United States. You hypocritical motherfucker. 542 drone strikes you did in your little reign that you had, and you unalived 4 Americans, but oh, you're gonna get involved when we take out fucking drug people, drug cartel. Oh, they were survivors. Y'all are so fucking deranged. If President Trump had been the one to take out Jeffrey Dahmer, you guys would be advocating for eating human meat.
Dude, no, they wouldn't, right? See, that's where she gets ridiculous. Like, no, they wouldn't. But, like, here's the thing, guys. And this is a recurring right-wing thing. Because, like, if the drones are bad, if you think the Obama drones are bad, then you also think Trump firing a missile into shipwreck survivors is bad, okay? If you don't have an issue with Trump and the shipwreck survivors, you don't have an issue with Obama. Because leftists had an issue with Obama. Leftists were not happy about the drone strikes. Nobody liked the drone strikes except the neocon fucking liberals in the middle that are part of the war machine. Nobody on the left looked at Obama's drone strikes and were like, heck yeah, they hated him just as much as they hated Trump's shipwreck things. Now, the difference, you ready? The difference with the Obama drone strikes is the Obama drone strikes were happening in active areas of tension that were still lingering from, George Bush's fucking, right? So Obama, I'm not going to defend the drone strikes because presidents all seem to do drone strikes, but Obama was in the middle of a bunch of imperialism that was started under Bush, okay? That was shitty. That was a big mess, the same way that Joe Biden inherited a mess during the pandemic. Like, fuck, bro. So, I mean, maybe he could have not drone struck, But there was some complication there. They were pre-existing conditions that he was forced to deal with. Venezuela was nothing, okay? There was nothing with Venezuela. We didn't have an issue with Venezuela. There's no fentanyl coming from Venezuela. There's not even any cocaine coming from Venezuela. The only thing with Venezuela is Trump wants oil. Okay, his buddies they don't want them to nationalize their oil supply. Okay, this is Iran in the 1950s all over. Okay, what's going on in Venezuela right now, you know? So there's that too. But nobody was defending Obama's drone strikes. Okay, and yeah, there's no congressional authorization. Trump is just doing this shit willy-nilly. This shit is illegal, right? You know what I'm saying? And again, we never heard the end about the Obama shit, okay? These guys fucking sabotaged everything Obama did for 8 fucking years. So, like, do you have an issue with Trump, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's the rare earth minerals too. Yeah, no, Pinky, that's part of it. You're right. There's minerals, absolutely. That's why they wanted Canada and Greenland too, was those minerals. That's a new thing to figure out. Yes, that's an important point. Thank you for reminding me of that. Right? It is fucking right. And you're right. Obama did have authorization. Obama did not override Congress. That's a very good point too. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But dude, look at her though. Here we go.
You guys would be advocating for letting little serial killer victims go.
No, we wouldn't, you dumb fuck.
You people are fucking deranged, and we are sick of you motherfuckers.
Dude. See, just so you're wondering, guys, remember somebody asked me about that woman is who this post is for, boss. Just so you know, when you wonder why I have this post and they can't leave a comment, it's that kind of woman is who this post is designed for, right? She is a wind-up doll. So I'll get in her comments, she'll come to my page and not be able to leave a comment on what a hypocrite I am. This, dude. Oh, love it. We do love it. Oh, shit, bro. Dude, oh my God. Yeah, let's see the 𝗙ecie thing. Okay, I heard about the 𝗙ecie thing, but I've not seen the clip. Dude. Again, I love this, where she says, in a world full of Mark Kellys, be a Pete Hegseth. And it's like, really? Dude, Mark Kelly's one wife, after she was shot in the head, he quit his career and took care of her to help her recover. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And he has been steadfast and loyal and stayed with her and faithful, right? And fucking Pete Hegseth, this woman was his mistress with his previous wife at Fox, and that he got her pregnant. And now they're together, and half of these kids are from all of his other relationships and divorces and her divorce, and he's cheated on everybody. And dude, but they're celebrating this shit. Really? Dude, you're kidding, right? Come on, man. Is this the clip? Oh, yeah. All right, let's see it. Let's go, baby. Dude, I love it when these fuckers get heckled, bro. I do. We love to see it. All right, you ready? Dude, here we go.
Hey, you treasonous traitor! Hey, you murderer! You're gonna learn how to do a pull-up in prison! You're gonna learn how to do a pull-up in prison, you traitorous dog! You cowardly treasonous murderer! Shame on you, you traitor! Shame on you, you coward! Traitor! You shitbag! You can't even do a pull-up, you drunk! Hey, you treasonous traitor!
Dude, he's got the megaphone. The megaphone, bro. Oh my God, dude. Dude, who is this guy? Is this a well-known guy? This guy is great, dude. Dude, he does. He has a perfect voice for it. His voice sounds beautiful through a megaphone. Like, not everybody sounds good through a megaphone, but his voice has like the perfect amount of grit and resolve. He's called the Woke Farmer. All right, we're going to fucking check him out, right? He's got the perfect amount of grit and resolve. I guess he's not really on Twitter. Is he primarily on YouTube? Or is he a TikToker? Is this him? Is this the guy? Oh, he's on Instagram? All right. Dude, he's not coming up for me. Dude, I searched the Woke Farmer and it's a bunch of like girls dancing in fucking scantily clad outfits. The fuck? Dude, somebody put a link. Oh, the Woke Farmer. Got it. All right. The Woke Farmer. Got you. Thank you. Thank you, McWheels. The Woke Farmer. All right. Dude, don't search the Woke Farmer on Instagram. I mean, or do, if you're into that sort of thing. I am always careful. Instagram search is a little finicky. So when I search on Instagram, I usually do it off stream because Instagram is very, right? They very fucking unpredictably like put some weird shit in your fucking timeline sometimes. William Kelly. All right. There we go. Dude, let's go. Oh, let's go, dude. Dude, let's go. Oh my God, bro. All right. He looks like somebody I know. I don't know him, but let's go, dude. Good to see. All right. So, dude, this clip, though, is like, you know what I love about this? Here's what I love about this shit, guys, is like the fact that he's right. Okay? He is right. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Is this his church? Is this his church that he's coming out of? Because Pete Hegseth is part of a really shitty church, okay, that is very misogynist and very anti-women. But let me just tell you guys, first off, Pete, I'm going to play it again in a second. First off, Pete Hegseth, okay, is not qualified for that job, okay? He was a Fox News color commentary host. He has hardly any military experience. Less than 10 years, most of it in the National Guard. He's never like led a big budgeted organization. He had one tiny like nonprofit with like a $2 million budget that he ran into the ground. He never led a big like combat operation. Like this guy, Pete Hegseth, was fundamentally unqualified. Okay. All these previous DOD heads have been like generals, 5-star generals decorated in battle, having won critical campaigns in fucking high combat areas and shit. Okay. And Hegseth had none of that. He's a middling National Guardsman who actually had issues. People in his platoon reported him for the white supremacist tattoos and shit. Okay. He's had a drinking problem, rape NDAs, paying off a woman he raped at a convention. His own mother wrote that he's a shitbag. Okay? Infidelity and terrible, like, right? Like, if you can't even be a good leader in your family, where you're just marriage and mistress and getting your mistress pregnant and all that broken shit, how can you be a leader of a platoon? This guy couldn't even lead a marriage where it was just him and a wife and a couple kids. How the fuck is he going to lead the whole fucking army? No, you're not qualified. You're fundamentally unqualified. All right? So that's the starter. And then we have like the Signal Gate, and we have them like, he's got a makeup station at the Pentagon. They fucking get rid of all the good reporters and surround themselves with yes men. They fire qualified people. Like, he fired people way above his qualification level, and he fired them as though they were peons that had, right? He brags about the military's war readiness, and he's literally a metrosexual. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy is about as metrosexual as they come, guys. And he's out there acting like he's Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger, right? Can barely do a fucking pull-up, right? And he's like got this ego and this hubris attached to a lack of qualifications, right? His ego and hubris do not reflect his resume, okay? If like, I would allow that kind of ego and hubris from somebody with a stellar 30-year resume. All right. I'd be like, goddamn, we're going to let that guy have some ego and hubris because this guy won the goddamn Gulf War. So there you go. I will subjugate myself because you earned that shit. But to have a National Guardsman with a bunch of drinking raps, Fox News hosts who's primping his makeup in the Pentagon, all of a sudden have the hubris and ego bigger than a 5-star general. It's like, fuck you, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you, buddy. Right? That's and then that's on top of like the fact that this is actually murder. It is murder, guys. Okay? Like, identifying what you consider to be a drug boat with no verifiable proof, no authorization from Congress, and you just blow it up. And then there's shipwrecked victims that you're, by international law, you're supposed to go rescue, and you just blow them up mercilessly and just obliterate this shit. You have no proof. You won't release the video. You lie about it. You change your story. You blame it on other people. That's murder, guys. That is some red rum, okay? That is some red rum, like boot in the ass kind of red rum. International war crimes. We're not even at war, man. You know? Like, come on, bro. All right, so let's watch the woke farmer just lighten him up, bro. This is good shit.
Hey, you treasonous traitor! Hey, you murderer! You're gonna learn how to do a pull-up in prison! You're gonna learn how to do a pull-up in prison, you traitorous scum! You cowardly, treasonous murderer! Shame on you, you traitor! Shame on you, you coward! Traitor! You shitbag! You can't even do a pull-up, you drunk! Hey, you murderer!
Dude, that is amazing, bro. Oh my God, bro. That is so good. Dude, you shitbag. You can't even do a pull-up, you loser. Dude, he meant it. Dude, no. I say this kind of shit about Hegseth like daily. Dude, that is a gem, bro. Right? Dude, that shit is a gem. Dude, clown show, bro.
They were waving for help for 41 minutes before the second strike happened. CBS News is reporting that the survivors were waving and they were trying to get attention before the second strike happened.
Dude.
This all but confirms this is a war crime. There's a direct equivalent to this to Yahtzee Commander student.
See, guys, there's like, I know you've heard the phrase like rules of engagement, okay? And like nobody likes war, okay? You know what I'm saying? Nobody likes war. War's dirty, but there's like a thing called rules of engagement, which means even if you have the authority and you're fucking fire some torpedoes into a fucking boat, fire some missiles into a craft to sink it, if that thing's burning and there's a bunch of guys waving the white flag, like waving for help, waving to be rescued, you have to rescue them. That's it. That is a rule of engagement. You cannot fire on shipwrecked people, okay? The type of people who do that, that's like Vladimir Putin shit. That's fucking Stalin shit. That's Adolf Hitler shit, okay? That's the shit that they say Osama bin Laden does. You know what I'm saying? I almost said Obama. Dude, shit. You know what I'm saying? They say that the terrorists do this. But now, dude, we've seen like Benjamin Netanyahu do this kind of shit, okay? And he'll say that Hamas does it, but we've seen Netanyahu do it. And now we're seeing Trump do it. And dude, that's a major rule of engagement. You don't fucking do that, okay? You just don't do that. Yeah, no, we are terrorists. Dude, they are terrorists. Trump is a terrorist. Pete Hegseth is a terrorist. TPUSA, they are terrorists. Okay? They are, man. You know? You know what I'm saying? So you're wondering why the 81 deaths weren't hyped? Yeah. So, I mean, it's been hard, Jen, because what it is there's been a veil of secrecy, because what they did was right around the time that they started this operation, they instigated that shit at the Pentagon saying, you have to sign this paper or we won't let you cover news here. And all the news orgs bounced out. So the thing that's really is they haven't had access, because now we realize that the reason why they shut down the Pentagon and filled it with Laura Loomer and filled it with fucking Jack Posobiec and all these right-wing shitter influencer Cam Higbee fucking, you know, whatever goofballs. The reason they did that is so they could cover this shit up, because they knew if the regular media was in that room, they'd all find out. Okay, but now the regular media is still finding out, because they're not going to stop just because they can't get in the Pentagon. Because let me tell you, the regular journalists, the real journalist media, they don't need fucking Pete Hegseth's approval to get a story, guys. They have connections, and they don't need to fucking sign a paper. They have more connections than Pete Hegseth does, right? They do. I guarantee you those reporters have more access to top level information than maybe Pete Hegseth does, dude, right? Because there's people in there that don't want to lose the Republic, you know, and those reporters aren't going to stop because Hegseth cut them out, dude.
He was notorious for firing again after Allied soldiers had their hands up. Student was tried and convicted at Nuremberg, and his sentence was carried out.
Yeah, dude, I mean, dude, America's we're getting pretty gnarly, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I've witnessed a lot of shit in my life, and we know if you go back to Vietnam, there was some behavior that happened with Vietnam of like sexual behavior in villages and then killing of people afterwards. There were some war crimes committed in Vietnam, okay? And that like changed, at least in America, that changed most America's ideas of how to operate in the context of war. And so operating, respecting like international laws, and somebody mentioned the Geneva Convention, and just honoring the rules of engagement is something that I feel like we've taken seriously. And like, dude, this shit, we're not even at war, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not even at war. And the thing I worry about is they're endangering all of us, because like, if a terrorist action happens because of some of this behavior, it's kind of understandable. I mean, I don't want it to, but like, that's how terrorist actions happen when you get lawless like that. You know, it is isolating us, you know? Dude, fuck this guy. All right. Dude, you ready? Moving on. One more thing, guys. I've been saving it up. We got Erika Kirk with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Let me look at the transcript here. We're not going to watch this whole thing, right? We're only going to watch a few minutes of it. But all right, we got to go all the way through. Dude, I can't type right now. Oh, here we go. Dude, they spelled the name wrong. All right. So, dude, I want to watch her shit about Zoran. Okay, so first off, we're going to go back.
The top three.
There.
And what Charlie knew, and he was trying to explain to students on.
So first off, I personally am bothered that this woman has been sort of launched into this position. Okay, right? Like, this woman was a failed actor, a middling beauty queen. Okay, Erika Kirk, failed actor, middling beauty queen, who then, you know, was in the Trump world, always involved in some type of philanthropy, but just because she's from a wealthy family with government contracts in the war industry, her parents are for drone fucking companies. She has multiple advanced degrees, but they're all at shitty universities that they'll pay you to fucking go to. She flaunts wealth with these crazy diamond and gold encrusted rings, a lot of wealth while simultaneously behaving like she's a Christian. If you're wearing $50,000 rings, you ain't a Christian. You're not. You are a fake Christian. Okay, the first tenet of Christianity is you're not flaunting wealth while people are dying on the streets and going hungry. Okay, you're selling your rings to feed the homeless before you're wearing those gaudy fucking like wealth worshiping fucking rings. Okay, but she's a Calvinist. All right, so she does it, but she glommed onto Charlie Kirk, right? And she was in her 30s. She had, like I said, she had multiple advanced degrees, no men, no children. She glommed onto Charlie Kirk, and then she became his power woman while he was out there trying to convince 18-year-old girls to quit college or to get knocked up with some mediocre white dude because Jesus was saying that's the life they're supposed to lead. So they're living a fraud. They're making millions converting people to a lifestyle that they themselves don't even subscribe to. And that I have a problem with. Is I don't mind you proselytizing your life. I do it all the time, guys. I think I know good ways to live, and I go out there sharing it in an unspoken way. But if you're not living the life you're selling, I have a real fucking problem with you. And so I didn't like that. So now this woman is all of a sudden, she's like, you know, like crying in the casket and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. She's the, you know, the president of TPUSA, but she's never really a spokesman for it. She's not the face of it. She's like talking about winning over girls. And now she comes in, okay, this Erika Kirk woman dressed like a goddamn handmaid. Like, what is with this handmaid fucking... She's got a handmade cloak on, pinned in the middle. She's dressed like some sort of Mennonite fucking handmaid. And on this New York Times Deal Book Summit, right? Talking about a book that's being published after her husband is dead. Like, dude, she didn't write the fucking book. This is all like she didn't belong there. I don't feel like she's earned this voice at all. She's an unearned voice, okay? And she's about to make comments about Zoran Mamdani, okay? A guy who's been in the political game for 5 years, who was on The Vanguard doing interviews on media 5 years ago, okay? During the pandemic, when he was running for assemblyman, working with guys that were small potatoes, because he's not afraid to work with everybody because he really believes in his mission. And is Zoran from a rich family? He is, yes. He's from a very wealthy family, but he doesn't flaunt it. He's not wearing $100,000 worth of diamond jewelry and shit. He's not like using his wealth to buy other wealthy people. He's not accruing millions of dollars. He's trying to use his wealth and privilege to fucking change New York City because he loves fucking New York City. Okay? He does. And the people in New York City believe in him. She's never lived in New York City. She's not a New Yorker. Okay? And like, my thing, guys, is if you go to anyone who has spent a lot of time in New York City, anybody who's really been there and really been in that city, they look at Zoran and they know exactly why he won. Okay? Because Zoran is fucking, he's a fucking New Yorker, man. You know what I mean? Like, even 𝗙ście𝗶𝗹𝗪, who was a fucking idiot and we knew wasn't going to win, you could look at 𝗙ście𝗶𝗹𝗪 and tell that 𝗙ście𝗶𝗹 is a New Yorker, a New York City New Yorker. Okay? 𝗙ście𝗶𝗪's a New York City guy. Zoran's a New York City guy. Okay? Like, fucking, you know, Cuomo's like a Westchester guy. Okay? Or a Rye, New York guy, right? Cuomo wasn't a New York City guy. Cuomo was like fucking, you know what I'm saying? You know? Dude, yeah, no, I think fucking, I think 𝗙ście was a shitbag, but he is an actual fucking New York City guy, okay? But anyway, so here's what I find funny is we're about to watch fucking Erika Kirk, the honeypot, add on to a guy living a lie with her wealthy rings, claiming to be a Christian, and she's about to proselytize to us about Zoran Mamdani and like why that guy is popular. And of course, what she's about to say is just like total fucking, I'm sure, nonsense. I haven't heard it. I've heard tidbits of like some shit, but I want to hear it for myself. But here we go. They're dressed like a fucking handmaid.
Say, mental health, anxiety, depression, those are usually the top.
Okay, here.
What is the number one or number two thing that these students are facing? They will always say mental health, anxiety, depression. Those are usually the top three. And what Charlie knew, and he was trying to explain to students on campus, was that you have to understand that brain health is so important. How you eat, how you take care of yourself, how you nourish yourself, how you rest. And to him, it was much more deeper and intricate.
Dude, yeah, the college dropout. Dude, they were just rich, okay? That's what it was. Like, Charlie was wealthy, and so was she. They're fucking wealthy. And when you're wealthy, you have a lot more luxury time to pamper yourself. And Charlie never, ever talked about brain health. He talked about women being too emotional. He told women to quit college. He said negative shit about transgender people. You think Charlie, who was so anti-trans people, he relished in destroying people's mental health if it meant shitting on gay or trans people, okay? He never said anything, okay? He never said anything about brain health, ever. I defy you to fucking show this shit.
And what I've realized through all of this is that you can have individuals that will always resort to violence. And what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, like the Republicans that are bomb threatening, pipe bombing, and threatening all the Republican legislators around the country if they won't fucking take away all the Democrats' votes for Trump. Dude, yeah, she can't speak for shit. And she's such a hypocrite, bro. Like, she's, the violence of the left. It's like, fuck you, Erika Kirk, you fucking idiot.
Is that we are living in a day and age where they think violence is the solution to them not wanting to hear a different point of view. That's not a gun problem. That's a human, deeply human problem.
Yeah, you think like somebody firing missiles onto shipwrecked people. Pray these fascist liars face accountability. Me too, Fallen. Have a great day, everyone. Awesome live. Thank you, Good Vibe Vet. Appreciate you. Let's go, baby. Appreciate it. Let's go. That's for Fallen. And this one's for Good Vibe. Dude, right? Isn't that funny? How she's like... Dude, this woman just said how they resort to violence, but she is like polishing the knob of the guy who fired missiles into shipwreck victims. And she thinks we should listen to her thoughts about violence? Like, really? You support a rapist and you want to counsel me about violence or emotional regulation? You support a missile into shipwreck victims and you think you get to talk to me about guns or about uprising? Like, I mean, we know you're a honeypot, but you are like, come on.
That is a soul problem. That is a mental, that is a very deeper issue.
A soul problem. That is a Samantha Fullnecky, right? We are womanly because God made us like womanly things. Dude, that's my essay.
We had Gavin Newsom out here just moments ago. He had done a podcast, as you know, with Charlie. And we've been talking to him about the future of the Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious, now that you're running Turning Point and thinking about the future of the Republican Party, I want to know what it is that you like about the party today, but also what you don't like about the party today.
That's a good question. So I have to brag on our Turning Point Action team for a second. Tyler Boyer does a fantastic job running it.
Dude, Tyler Boyer has some history as a sexual deviant, right? We don't know if it's verified yet, but there's some of that like SA things lingering around. Tyler Boyer, definitely him and Andrew Kovac covered up a grape by an employee, a guy named Matthew Martinez, something that happened in Waukesha. It was not like a full sex. It was like an SA type touching, like a Donald Trumpian sort of E. Jean Carroll kind of thing, one of those varieties, but they covered it up, right? There's been a lot of talk of sexual impropriety at TPUSA, so Tyler Boyer, we're not really going to toot that guy's horn. Also, you guys, you want to look at something real quick while we're here? All right, we saw Valentina Gomez, that crazy bigot, right? All right, so he is, right? I mean, dude, there we go. This is who Tyler Boyer hangs out with, right? And Valentina, you only have to see Valentina talk for about 10 minutes to know she ain't a Christian. She's definitely, if there is a God, she the devil, right? You know what I mean? So like this shit is like, these are the people she's talking about who are great. Okay.
If any of you ever are in Arizona, we'd love to have you and host you at headquarters. We have a awesome building.
Dude, should I go to Arizona and try to go to the headquarters? She said, if any of you are there, we'll host you. Oh, dude.
We have 6 buildings, but one of them is Turning Point Action. And it almost looks like a war room of how it's set up with different polling numbers and who's running what race. And it's really awesome to see. What I love about our party.
See what's crazy about this, guys? And again, this goes back to the Pete Hegseth thing. where I don't feel like she's qualified to run this outfit, right? Because she didn't build it. She's not actively working it. It's obviously already very different, so much so that the people who were part of it are like, what the fuck is going on? Dude, she is pretty gnarled.
Is that we have a common thread of
This is what she likes about the party.
what I love about our party is that we have a common thread of wanting to seek truth. What I find interesting about our party...
Dude, Candace Owens would disagree. Dude, to seek truth. Like, you want to make sure that Benny is like, comes out of the closet so him and his wife aren't faking it anymore? Are you going to seek the truth of Charlie's death? You can see the black aura of death. I see the aura of something around her, boss. Thank you, Fallen. You know what I mean? Truth. Like the truth of Donald Trump's 26 credible rape accusations, the truth of his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, the truth of you guys like tweeting from Charlie Kirk's account and like keeping an empty chair, the truth of all the like the 50 lies a day I count coming from people in your organization, lies designed to promote anti-trans, misogynist, anti-like intellectualism and racist behavior. Black veil coming soon, dude, proud liberal, dude, she's gonna have the veil of money, dude. You ready? You know what she's got going? I'm gonna tell you right now, dude, she's got those the Bitcoin tears, boss, right? Bitcoin tears incoming. Dude, alternate truths. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, crazy. And again, Charlie preached women not being the boss. Don't have a career, take care of your kids. Why the fuck ain't she at home taking care of her kids? Dude, Charlie would have never let a woman be CEO of his company.
Is that right now, they're
now what she doesn't like.
wanting to seek truth. What I find interesting about our party is that right now, there is a lot of shuffling and mixing up. And I feel like when things are shuffling and mixing up, they're falling into place in a different way.
What do you mean by shuffling and mixing up?
I mean like infighting.
Yes.
Yeah, did you see what she said, though? She said, what I find interesting about my party. She didn't even say, I don't like it, right? She didn't take a stand. She didn't say, what bothers me about our party is the infighting. She said, oh, what I find interesting is the, like, right? She's not honest. She's not a CEO. She's, like, dancing around this shit, trying to, like, oh, I'm going to be all cryptic and stuff. Dude, she doesn't deserve the job, man. Clownery, dude. It is Trump waffling, boss.
Who are you talking about?
Well, I mean, you can just pick out whatever name, but when there's infighting...
Yeah, she won't say Candace. She's too gutless to actually mention Candace. Dude, she's gutless. You remember how when it first happened, guys, when she took the podium and said, you have no idea what you woke up. You have no idea what you've just awoken in me. Dude, she's gutless. In the meantime, she's getting it behind the scenes. Yeah, dude, she's getting some of that premium leather, if you know what I mean. Oh, premium leather on aisle 5. We need some leather pants on aisle 5, please. Get the leather pants to JD Vance on aisle 5. Dude, she's kind of gutless, you know. She has a stamp. I don't mind the stamp though, guys. I'm totally down with the stamp.
Just in general, I'm not talking about extensively just politicians. I'm talking about just in general, whether that's influencers, whether that's other voices within the right. There's a lot of...
Yeah, but she won't acknowledge that they're fighting because of Trump and the Epstein files. And she won't acknowledge that they're fighting because of lies 𝗙PUSA is told about the Charlie Kirk shit and the entrance of Benjamin Netanyahu and the Zionist sort of Trumpian regime change that happened at 𝗙PUSA. Like, she's not going to address any of the real shit and talk about Candy O and talk about Trump, his failings, right? She won't call anyone out because she's just there for the money. She has Bitcoin tears.
Of uprising. But there's also something, and again, this goes back to my faith, and I just am going to preface this from the standpoint of...
Dude, they always use their faith as a cop-out, too, right? They always go back to Jesus, but look at her faith, right? When somebody says it always goes back to my faith, and then they show us, dude, first off, it looks like a devil, right, with their hands up like horns, but they show us like $100,000 worth of gold and diamond-encrusted rings. Like, nobody wants to talk to you about your faith because you're not Jesus, you're Pontius Pilate, okay? If we go back to Jesus and his time, this is not Jesus. This is Pontius Pilate. Okay? Let's be real, guys. I'm going to grab a screenshot of this, okay? Because this one is money. Right? This is not Jesus.
I truly believe that the Lord uses everything. And so for me, what I see that as opportunity for really getting back to the basics of what our party stands for and really be able to have this cohesive understanding of...
Which is?
This is how we can be better prepared for 26, 28.
All right, so what does your party stand for?
I think it's good to have in-home arguments. It irons some things out. I think it's important.
But is that in the influencer crowd, you think, or the political crowd? I mean, is this the Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson debate we're talking about?
I'm talking about everything.
Okay.
I'm talking about
They don't really sell out Tucker Carlson. Have you noticed how Tucker and Candace are kind of one and the same? But Tucker, the white guy, gets a pass, but the black woman doesn't? I mean, that's the MAGA movement, man. Candace is the black woman, dude. She's never going to get the same grace that Tucker Carlson gets.
There is, ever since Charlie was murdered, there has been conversation across the whole right side of who believes this, what believes that, where are we standing on half of, where is the youth going this direction? It's a conversation that's being had that is, again, uncomfortable and riling things up. But I think it's healthy because once you have those conversations, then you come to a full point, and maybe it takes a little while, but usually you come to a point of understanding of this is what we believe in.
Right. What do you make, I was going to ask you actually, what do you make of Mamdani here in New York? And the reason I ask is he was somebody who really actually was able to persuade the younger voter. Mm-hmm. I mean, he really captured...
He brought people
obviously
together.
On the complete opposite end, if you will, of where someone like Charlie would have been.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's so interesting because I lived in Manhattan for a while and I loved this city.
Dude, negligible amount of time.
I'm going to come at this from a female voter because a high percentage of his voters were female. I think there's a tendency, especially when you live in a city like Manhattan, where, again, you are so career-driven and you almost look to the government as a form of replacement for certain things.
Oh, my God, dude. Dude. I had heard people talk about this, but I didn't believe it. Oh, my God.
Relationship-wise, even. So you see things a little bit differently.
Dude, she's basically implying that, everyone in New York is a career woman and they can't have a good relationship, so they want the government to be their daddy, right? Dude, what the fuck? and is coming from a wealthy honeypot, like, you know what I mean? Never worked a day in her life, sort of government funded, you know, parents are government contractor, drone strikers, right? She's flitting around, you know what I'm saying? And like having a daddy is been her entire existence, bro. She is very uncomfortable. But like, oh my God, no, it's not that women believe in Mamdani because he is about coming together. He wants to lead with compassion. He wants to fucking protect childcare and like women's interests. He wants, right, to have a world of mutual respect. Okay, his girlfriend is a powerful figure of her own right. That is not right. Like his girlfriend is a very successful artist with a real track record of like passionate voice. You know what I'm saying? She's not going to become Zoran's fucking child rearer or whatever, you know? And I mean, there's so much. He's anti-rapist. Okay? Zoran is. He looks at Trump's abuses and lack of consent. Zoran believes in consent. Okay? He believes in consent. Donald Trump and Cuomo and these Republican guys, these ICE agents, they no consent. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And like that's why women love Zoran, because he respects consent. And any other answer is fucking bullshit.
What I don't want to have happen is women, young women in the city, look to the government as a solution to put off having a family or a marriage because you're relying on the government to support you.
Oh no, but you should rely on your husband. Your hubby can support you. Dude, clownery, clown! Dude, what is she? Dude, she's so full of crap, bro.
Instead of being united with the husband where you can support yourself and your husband can support and you can guys all combine together. But I just find it so ironic and so interesting that a heavy percentage of the individuals that voted for him were female.
Yeah, I don't find that at all. Dude, he believes in consent and you support a rapist. You literally, the Republican Party, I know her entitlement is nauseating, but she's like, she didn't even see it, guys. She doesn't even see that the MAGA party is a party of no consent. That Charlie Kirk preached consent has no place here. Okay? Charlie Kirk preached women be small. And if they outdid him on the debate stage, he would be like, oh, you're being very emotional. You need to calm down. He was always trying to make women small, right? Because they don't believe in consent. They don't believe in women being big. They believe that women can be big so long as they're only big under the umbrella of the bigger man, okay? And so, like, Zoran doesn't believe that. So, of course, young women like that. That's why women found me attractive. All right, because I wanted them to shine brighter than me, right? Shine as bright as fucking possible. You know what I'm saying? That we're not looking for a yes man or a caretaker or a mommy. I already had a mommy. That relationship didn't work out. I don't need another mommy. You know what I mean? Like, dude, she doesn't get it, right? Because she goes and hugs a rapist who's trying to take away women's right to not have to incubate a fetus if they don't want to. Right? She completely misses it.
J.D. Vance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
J.D. Vance.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the person you plan to ultimately support for 2028?
He's a dear friend. My husband and him were very good friends. I think you remember when he supported him for Senate, and they had a great time doing that race together.
Oh, yeah, they had a great time doing that race together. I have no personal anecdotes from JD and Charlie. Have you noticed how, like, they don't have... She has no, like, personal stories or anecdotes because it's like she didn't... Her relationship with Charlie was a business honeypot arrangement. right? She was Charlie's honeypot and his conduit to Trump and evangelical billionaires. And in exchange, he funneled a bunch of money into Turning Point Action that she was like handling and getting all that money. Dude, they were not close at all. Her and Charlie were not even friends, boss. And every time you saw Charlie like talking to his kids, it looked like he was talking to a fucking cartoon character, or he was talking to the camera that was filming it. He seemed so awkward. He had that Benny Johnson thing where it was like he didn't even know how to communicate with his kids. He's talking to an 8-year-old daughter, and instead of him talking about like Hannah Montana or My Little Pony or like something on her level, he's preaching to her about like Benjamin Franklin or the Supreme Court. It's like, dude, you've never spent any time with your daughter. You don't even know how to relate to your daughter on her level. You're talking to your daughter like she's a kid in a college fucking auditorium. Like, just an idiot, okay? If you know anything about parenting, you meet your kid at their level. That's how you get to know them. That's how you see them. You have to go down into their world and see them in their world. You don't just like talk to them like they're these miniature adults that you're fucking proselytizing to. You know? I mean, dude, so awkward.
And he supported JD for that. I do have to say, yes, I mean, we adore JD, and my husband was very vocal about endorsing him. But I do have to preface this from the standpoint of we have a tendency as humans to look past. We have very short attention spans and very short memories.
JD!
I would ask that we enjoy the fact that, and maybe you don't, but I will enjoy the fact that my husband worked so hard for this past election. And I think it would behoove us to appreciate that hard work and enjoy the fact that we do have a president in office that
is a rapist and doesn't believe in consent and that bombs innocent shipwreck victims and that allows a mass Gestapo to just cause wreckage in cities that he doesn't like, in cities that he feels threatened by, a guy that leverages the power of the government to fucking take power over states and people he doesn't like, right? I mean, I could go on for like an hour, bro, and she's up there like, yeah, dude, she says nothing, dude. Dude, she says less in her answers than Trump does. Like, oh my God, bro. It's like Samantha Fulnicki after having a partial lobotomy, boss.
we voted for.
We just heard a lot of things from Gavin Newsom that were quite critical of this president. Are there things that you don't like about what the president does?
Oh!
I'm curious if there's things,
No,
I don't know if you
understand.
feel like you could openly say, yeah, you know what?
Yeah, here we go.
I think this is no good or this is no good.
No, I mean, you want to do a perfect example. One is when you just said he can't forgive or whatever, you know, but the president and I are dear friends. I have such a deep respect for him, and it's not even from...
See, that right there, okay? If you are a woman, how can you have deep respect for a guy who was a Nepo baby, who opted out of military service, lied about bone spurs, cheated on his wife, cheated on his mistresses, cheated with a porn star and paid her off so he could be president while his wife was pregnant, never spent time with the kids, was never a family man, was best friends of Jeffrey Epstein, fucked around on the people he fucked around on the people he fucked around, and is just said the nastiest things, made fun of the disabled, used the R slur, convicted of, you know, like criminally adjudicated as a rapist, 26 credible rape accusations, said he grabs him by the pussy, doesn't even ask. He basically said he commits SA, okay? He's like, just berates transgender people, individuals, women. He says nasty shit to reporters. If you are a woman and you say you have incredible respect for Donald Trump, there's something fucking wrong with you. You are broken fundamentally. If you look at him and have respect for his behavior, you're a terrible fucking human being, or you are severely traumatized and harmed and need some fucking therapy yourself, because there is nothing about him. Okay, even if sure, he's got a TV personality charm and can be a little affable sometimes, like I can see that, but none of that makes up for the sheer insensitivity, rudeness, power-mongering, pettiness, emptiness, and just the wicked nastiness that he aims while having the most powerful position in the world, where he should be uniting and caring for people and bringing them together. Okay? And so she's a fucking liar to say that. You know what I'm saying? She's a fucking liar to say that.
Can't forgive or whatever, but the president and I are dear friends. I have such a deep respect for him, and it's not even from, put aside politics, please, just for a second, and understand from a human to human standpoint. Again, if you can only agree on 5%, that is, like I said, better than zero. And for me, if I had an issue with someone, I would say that to them directly, and I would expect the same respect with someone who would feel the same way about me.
Let me ask you this. You had said that you considered Charlie a peacemaker.
Yes.
Jesus.
Who has he brought peace together with?
Well, if you want to talk about internally in our orbit, he was so sad when Elon and President Trump.
Dude, he was a peacemaker between the billionaire who gave $280 million to the Epstein rapist. And he was so sad when Elon Musk told the truth about Trump being in the Epstein files. And Trump decided to make nice because he needed that $280 million again. And Elon decided the Democrats would never take his money. So for him to have political power and to loot the government, he's got to go back to the Epstein rapist. Dude, she is a fraud, scoundrel, scumbag. Dude, she is. I want to look at the 𝗙ป์ladies because I saw them fucking tear apart Erika Kirk. And I feel like we're going to end with what they say about her, because I know they were shredding her, calling her a grifter. And I want to see that clip. Dude, what's the 𝗙ป์lady's name? Dude, what's her name? The two ladies. Is it Jen? What's her last name? Jennifer Welch. Yes, thank you. Dude, because I saw a clip right here. Oh, dude, because I agree with these women. Dude, Erika's a grifter. She's a honeypot. She's a hypocrite. Okay, she's not the fucking most qualified person in the room. She went to second-rate universities. She's constantly like, oh, I'm pictures of me with the corpse crying for Charlie. And like just even the story she told right there, avoiding answering questions. Dude, there's nothing about Erika Kirk that is respectable. And more than anything, she walks around with like $100,000 worth of jewelry in a world that is like filled with fucking people that need attention and need help. And she minimizes herself for Donald Trump. But here, let's hear their quote. You ready?
Her attack on substituting a relationship for a man with a substitution for the government is overtly an attack on poor people, and the racist connotations in that, considering she's abundantly aware of when you talk about women and poverty, that Black and brown women stick off the charts more so than white women. This is an intentional attack on poor women. And this is a dehumanization, all done in the name of her Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, which is the exact opposite of what the central character of the faith of Christianity preached against. So this is intentional weaponization of her gender and her faith. And this—
Dude, she's a Calvinist. Okay? They believe that their wealth is like a sign that God blesses them.
She is a grifter, and just look at the costume changes. look at the costume changes, look at the affect and how she does that. It's wild. This woman should be kicked to the curb. She is an absolute grifter, just like Donald Trump and just like her unrepentant, racist, homophobic husband was.
Dude, I mean, no lies told there, right? Dude, no fucking lies told there whatsoever. Again, guys, I'm going to end on this. I'm going to end with this, okay? Because this person, the person, look at those earrings. Look at the fucking diamonds and gold on those earrings. Look at the diamonds encrusted, diamonds and platinum and gold on these rings. Look at the fucking fancy shit on this gold bracelet, okay? And like not a smear at all on her makeup, okay? And like this, again, this is not Jesus, okay? This is not Jesus. This is Pontius Pilate. The people that ordered Jesus to be killed, the people that like lived in the palace, right? In the government palace, they dress like this, okay? She is so far from being even remotely like Jesus. It's like a travesty, bro. You know what I'm saying? It is so gross. All right. On that note, though, guys, it's time for that dance party. All right? It's time for that dance party that you guys fucking delivered to us. So you ready? Let's get edit mode. I got to go make some videos. Let's go. Dude, it is time. Oh, Lord have mercy. Time to stretch a little. Oh. Dude, any woman who says they like Donald Trump is suspect, guys. Dude, Ridge, F these clowns, you rock, love the stream, dude. Thank you, Ridge. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, boss. Oh, to the Ridge. All right, we're getting ready to dance. Let's fucking go, baby. Oh. Stretch. Thailand is attacking Cambodia. No! No, Pamela said her pastor felt that if you're rich, God blesses you. And that's Calvinism, guys. That is the fundamental problem with American politicians and American evangelicals that are wealthy, is they are Calvinists, and they have convinced themselves that their wealth is a sign that they are doing the right things before God. And of course, when you're really wealthy, you become very good and strategic at maintaining that wealth. And it's very easy to grow your wealth when you have a ton of wealth in America. Everybody who's wealthy can just double and triple that shit easy as pie. Dude, you don't even have to do shit. You hire somebody to just triple your fucking wealth in like 10 years and they punch it into, right? You're able to pay the people that can just endlessly fucking generate more wealth. It's so easy. The system literally, once you get wealth, the system just gives you more. And if you don't have any, you never get any, right? Because all of your wealth that you generate is going to those other people that are doing nothing. And believe me, the rich do nothing. They don't work hard. They sit around and do nothing, okay? They literally do nothing, guys. They make phone calls. They go out to lunch. They fucking pontificate. and do appearances. They do nothing, okay? Everybody else does their work and picks up their dry cleaning and takes their car to get an oil change and fucking this, that, and the other, all right? The whole thing is a con. They have help raising their kids that are like, right? They have everything. Every kind of help and socialism in the world is afforded to the wealthy people. And then they look at the poor people and are like, well, they're not living right, right? Jesus ain't blessing them. Dude, it's disgusting, all right? It is. Let's go. You ready? You know what's not disgusting? Is watching me dance, baby. Woo! Let's go. We're getting into it. All right, here we go. End of night. Little deja vu. I'm ready. Are you ready? Let's get it going. Oh. 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 It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. appreciate you guys. Oh, 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 oh. I will see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget, it's all about real freedom. Good night.
Freedom. Obsessions, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. But when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in